You are lying still in the quiet dark, just after waking naturally from sleep. Your body relaxed, but your mind softly aware. There's a light resistance to returning under. Again, no urgency, no frustration. Simply this moment of being awake when you might otherwise be asleep. You're not chasing anything. This isn't about forcing yourself back down or staying alert until morning. It's just the way it is right now. The stillness of your breath, the weightlessness of limbs, the quiet hum in the space around you that feels like absence more than sound. This practice is not medical advice. There are no guarantees here, only a gentle invitation to let go. You are free to stop at any time if something shifts uncomfortably. No effort is required beyond what's already present. Your breath, your awareness. This stillness beneath the surface of thought. You've chosen to stay awake in this way. Not for analysis, not to solve anything, but as a quiet pause between sleep cycles. A moment where you can let sensations settle without trying to name it. You don't need to remember dreams or control them. You're simply here with eyes closed, body horizontal, hands resting by your sides. Now, begin to focus on the fingers of one hand. Just 2 fingers, not all 10. Choose whichever pair feels easiest. Index and middle. Ring and pinky. Thumb and pointer. The choice doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is a tiny motion between them. So faint it might disappear entirely into nothingness. Let your attention drift to the space between those 2 fingertips. Not what they're touching, just their quiet presence in relation to one another. You can imagine pressing them together lightly, then releasing. Or you can feel how slight pressure builds when one moves slightly toward the other. It's not about speed or rhythm. There is no pattern to follow. Start with a gentle alternation. One finger lifting ever so slightly while the other remains still. Then reverse it. One down, one up. Not fast, not strong. So light that you could almost believe it's only imagined. Let your awareness stay on this motion as long as you can. If your mind drifts, no problem. Just return to the sense of finger movement without judgment. You don't need to keep track or count. This is not a task, but an anchor. A point of contact in the dimming edge between wakefulness and sleep. You might feel it first as physical. The skin near your knuckle, pulling slightly, tendons shifting beneath flesh with minimal tension. Or you may notice nothing at all. No sensation, no signal. That's okay too. The motion is still happening, even if you can't feel it. You're not failing because of absence. You're simply being. Now, let the movement grow so small that it begins to blur into thought alone. Not doing something with your hand anymore, but thinking about moving it. Your mind forms a picture, one finger rising, then sinking, the other following. A loop that doesn't require muscle or effort. It's like watching a shadow move across a wall. Not real, but familiar. Let the image of motion linger without pushing it forward. Don't try to keep it going. Don't worry if it fades. That's not failure. It's part of how this works. The quieter your attention becomes, the more space there is for quiet things. Your body is softening now, not all at once, but in layers. Muscles you didn't know were holding tension are releasing one by one. Your shoulders drop lower than before. The weight behind your eyes fades into something lighter. You're not fighting sleep. You're allowing it to come back like a tide that always returns. The room is still dark. There's no need to see anything. No reason to think about time or purpose. If thoughts pass through, whether they concern the day, a conversation, a worry, they are just passing clouds. You don't have to greet them or send them away. They come and go like breaths. You're not trying to stay awake for any length of time, not even 5 more minutes. This isn't about endurance. It's about presence in this quiet threshold where sleep begins but hasn't fully arrived yet. Let the 2-finger motion fade into silence. Not because you stopped, but because it no longer needs expression. Your mind holds the memory of movement as a kind of feeling. like warmth spreading under skin, like breath slowing without effort. You're not doing anything now, just being here. There's a space between your thoughts that feels deeper than before. A soft pause, where ideas don't rush forward to fill it. This is not emptiness. It's quiet awareness, not focused on any one thing, but open in the way water is when still. No direction, no goal. You're simply present with what is. You might notice a faint tingling at your fingertips now, not sharp or persistent, just a gentle pulse like distant radio waves brushing against skin. It could be circulation, could be nerve feedback from the motion you once made. Or it could be something else entirely. Something that only exists in this liminal space between sleep and waking. Whatever it is, let it pass without naming it. You don't need to know what's happening. Just observe how sensation changes as your attention shifts. How warmth spreads up through fingers into wrists. How your palm feels heavier than before. Now the idea of moving your fingers returns, not because you want to do anything, but because memory carries its echo forward. One finger lifts in thought, the other follows. No muscle involved. Just mental imagery. You're letting yourself return as if carried by a current that has always been there. There's something warm in the back of your throat now, like air just before heat rises from pavement. It doesn't burn, it just is. A sensation without purpose. And then another, just below your collarbone. A soft pressure, almost like weightlessness pulling upward. Your hands are still resting at your sides. You don't move them, but you can feel their shape in the dark. Fingers curled slightly, palms open. The air around them feels different now, thinner or denser, depending on how you imagine it. There's no need to check. Your body knows where they are. You might notice that one finger moves again. Not by your will, not because of effort, but as if guided by something just beneath attention. A tiny twitch, barely there. Or maybe it was only imagined. You can't tell anymore. That doesn't matter either. Let the idea of movement dissolve completely now. No more intention. No need to keep a pattern, or feel anything specific. The motion has become internal, like a memory of touch, like an echo of weight, returning to limbs after sleep. The silence grows deeper, not because it's louder, but because your mind isn't pushing into it anymore. You're no longer scanning for signs of change. There's only stillness and the awareness that you are in it. There could be a moment where clarity flickers, not bright or sudden, but soft and subtle. Like noticing something familiar in a dream just as you wake. A detail you didn't know was there until now. It might feel like recognition without language, like knowing something without having learned it. That kind of moment isn't required. You don't need to catch anything. If it happens, let it pass through. If it doesn't, that's fine too. There is no checklist here, no test, just this quiet continuation into deeper layers of sleep. The air around you feels cooler now, not cold, but different, like a shift in pressure. It might be nothing more than your body adjusting. Or it could be the space between thoughts expanding just slightly. You're not tracking changes. You're simply letting them happen. You don't need to hold on to anything anymore. The air in your mouth feels like it's been breathed before. Familiar, unforced. Your jaw has relaxed so deeply that you're not even aware of its shape anymore. It's not tight or clenched. There's no tension gathering behind the eyes or along the spine. You aren't resisting the quiet. You're allowing it to fill in where your thoughts used to be. There is a space now between each breath, subtle and wide. Long enough that you could almost believe time had paused. Not because anything has stopped, but because attention no longer needs to chase after movement. The body isn't doing anything at all. It's not striving for sleep or dreaming, or even awareness. It's just resting in the way things do when they've forgotten how to worry. You might feel a lightness in your shoulders, not like being lifted exactly, but like gravity has softened its grip over them. Like fabric that no longer needs to be held taut against wind. There's not much weight there anymore. It isn't gone entirely, just redistributed. As if the body had been carrying something small and unnecessary for a long while, and now it's finally set down. Your hands are still at your sides. They're warm in some places, cooler in others. Not because of temperature, but because sensation has sharpened into quiet distinction. One fingertip feels more present than the rest. Not heavier, not more sensitive. Just there. As if a single point on your skin has become slightly more attuned to what's happening beneath it. You don't need to follow that feeling. You can let go of any impulse to name it or track its path. It may shift, fade, return later, or it may not. There is no pattern required, no rhythm to keep. What matters now isn't continuity, it's presence. The dark around you feels deeper than before, not in volume, but in quality. Like the absence of light has taken on a texture, not empty, not cold, but thickened somehow. Like velvet that hasn't been disturbed for years. You can feel it pressing gently against your eyelids without any pressure from outside. It's not an intrusion. It's just there. Your breath is no longer something you're monitoring. It doesn't need to be measured or shaped. There are moments when it seems to stop entirely. Just a pause, like the beat between heartbeats, and then resumes with no effort on your part. You don't have to help it. You don't even notice it's starting again until after. There's a quiet hum beneath everything now, not loud enough to be heard, but present in the bones of your skull. No dream to catch or moment to recognize. The stillness isn't waiting. It doesn't want anything from you. It simply is. And in that being, there's room for everything, without demanding it. There's a faint pulse in the base of your skull now, a soft throb that comes and goes like a distant rhythm, not steady, not urgent, just present when attention drifts into it. You don't need to focus on it. You can let it be part of the background, like sound from another room that never quite settles. Your skin feels less defined than before, less like boundaries between inside and outside. It's not dissolving exactly, but there's a looseness in how you experience where your body ends and the air begins. Like heat rising off pavement on an afternoon when no wind is moving. You might feel one finger twitch again, but this time it's not tied to anything. Not memory, not intention. Just motion that happens without a cause. Or perhaps it never happened at all. It could have been a shift in pressure, a nerve firing without need, or the body adjusting itself in ways too subtle for awareness. You don't need to verify it. You don't need to know what's real anymore. The distinction between imagined and physical has blurred into something that doesn't matter. There's space now where your thoughts used to be. Like an empty room with no furniture. Just light pouring through windows. You didn't notice before. Not silence exactly. Not emptiness either. Just openness. A kind of soft vacancy that isn't lonely. You're not asleep yet. But the line between wakefulness and sleep has softened into something indistinct. You don't need to cross it. It's not a border. It's just a shift in quality. Like how air feels different when you step from shade into sun. The warmth behind your eyes is still there, but softer now. Not heat, but presence. Like the afterglow of memory. Or the way light lingers on surfaces after the source is gone. Your breath slows again. This time not because you're trying to slow it, but because the body just stops needing to push against anything. There's no resistance in the chest. No effort in expanding or releasing. The air enters and leaves as if guided by something older than thought. You might notice your fingers are still resting at your sides, but now they feel more like shapes than objects. Like outlines that exist only because of how they were before. Their weight is less about matter and more about position, where they've always been, even when you weren't paying attention. There's a kind of quiet movement in the corners of your awareness. Not visible, not loud, but present. A faint stirring in the dark behind your eyes. Not thoughts exactly, not images. Just sensation that arrives uninvited and lingers just long enough to be felt. You don't need to follow it. You can let it pass through like wind through a crack in a door. No sound, no purpose. It comes, moves on, leaves nothing behind except the memory of movement itself. The space between your thoughts has widened again. Not because you've done anything, but because attention is no longer rushing after what comes next. There's not even an expectation that something will come. Just stillness with room for everything to happen without being asked. You might feel a soft pull downward in your chest. Like gravity shifting slightly, or like the body settling into its own shape again. Not sinking, not falling, but returning, as if you've been floating just above yourself for longer than you knew. And now, you're finally coming back down, not with force, but with ease. There's no need to hold on, no need to stay alert. You don't have to be anywhere in particular. You can drift into whatever comes next, whatever happens when the body lets go of its own rules. The dark around you feels denser now, but not oppressive. It doesn't press against your skin or steal warmth. It just is, like a blanket that has already been folded and placed over you without any gesture from you at all. Your hands are still there, still resting at your sides, still warm in places, still connected to the world through sensation, but not through need. You don't have to do anything with them. They're not waiting for instructions. They just exist quietly, as part of this space where nothing needs to be done. There's a faint hum again, but softer than before. Not in your ears, in your bones, like the vibration from something far away that doesn't need to be heard to be felt. You don't need to know what it is. You don't even need to name it. It just exists. Like air moving through unseen passages, like the quiet pulse of stillness beneath motion. Your breath has slowed so much now that it might not be happening at all. But then a small shift occurs, and you realize it's still there, still flowing, still alive, just quieter than before. You don't need to control it. You don't even need to notice it anymore. It can happen without your participation. There's no urgency in this moment, no time pressure. The hours are not counting down. They're just passing. Like water through a basin that doesn't drain. The weight in your limbs has softened further, not gone, but folded inward, like a letter that no longer needs to be sent. Your skin feels less like a boundary and more like an opening, a surface that breathes with you rather than against you. There's no need for the body to keep itself apart anymore. It can simply be where it is, held by the dark without needing to hold back. You might notice your fingers again, still at your sides, but now they're not just resting. They are beginning to move in a way that doesn't require thought. A tiny shift, barely there, like a leaf brushing against a window pane in a breeze too faint to feel. Not intentional, not forced, just happening. Let it be the only movement you know for now. 2 fingers, your index and middle on one hand, lifting slightly, then letting go again. One at a time. No rhythm, no pattern. A quiet alternation that doesn't need your attention, but invites it if you're willing to follow quietly. You don't have to guide it. It's not asking for perfection or consistency. It's just there, the faintest pulse between stillness and motion, like the last breath of a sigh before sleep takes over. The air around you has changed again, cooler in places, but not cold, as though it carries its own temperature without needing warmth from elsewhere. You don't feel isolated in it. There's no barrier between your skin and the space beyond. The dark feels thicker now, yes, but not like a wall. More like something that holds shape while allowing things to pass through it unharmed. There is no destination here. No need to arrive anywhere. Just being, present without effort is enough. Your fingers move again, not because you've decided to, but because the body remembers how. A small rise, then a soft fall. Not being intentional, not forced, just Like Elijah, the other follows, not in sync, not opposite, but independently, as if they each have their own quiet purpose. You don't need to watch them. You don't even need to see them. They are moving where you cannot perceive them directly, beneath the surface of awareness, like ripples beneath still water. The motion is so light that it might not exist at all. But then a tiny shift in sensation confirms it. Something has shifted. There's no reason for this movement to continue, no instruction telling you to keep going. It simply goes on because attention has lingered near it. And attention, when unhurried, can sustain small things without needing to act. You might feel the space between your thoughts stretching again. Not stretched by effort, but shaped naturally by absence of demand. There's no pressure to fill the silence. No fear that quiet is empty. It just is. And in that emptiness, there's room for more than thought. Room for feeling without meaning, for sensation unattached to memory. A new kind of awareness emerges, not sharp or focused, but soft and wide, like light filtering through a clouded window. You're not watching yourself sleep. You're already somewhere between waking and dreaming, and that place isn't defined by either. It's its own state. Quiet, open, receptive. Without expectation. The hum in your bones deepens slightly. Not louder, but more centered. As if the vibration has found a new anchor point inside you. Something deeper than muscle or bone. Something older than sensation itself. You don't need to understand it. You only need to let it be felt. Your breath slows again, but this time not because of any effort to slow it. It's as though your lungs have learned the rhythm without instruction. They expand and contract like tides that know their own timing, unaffected by urgency or will. There's no difference between inside and outside anymore, not in how you experience them. The air you breathe feels like part of you now, not something separate entering through a gate. It flows with your body as if it has always belonged there. You don't need to stay awake. You don't even need to remember what waking means. There's no task waiting for you when this ends. No clock ticking toward morning. Just the slow unfolding of being, unhurried, unclaimed. The fingers keep moving. The alternation becomes less physical and more imagined now. The motion is still happening, but it's not in your hand anymore. It's in the space between awareness and action, like a thought that hasn't quite formed yet. You could stop it, but you don't want to. It lingers for a moment, then fades, not gone entirely, but folded into the stillness like a page left open in a book that no longer needs to be read. There's something else too, a subtle shift in your center. A soft sinking not downward, but inward, as if gravity has changed its focus from pulling you toward earth to drawing you deeper into yourself. Not falling, not surrendering, just settling. Like water finding the lowest point of a basin that was always there. You don't need to follow this feeling. You don't even need to name it. It's just happening. Just motion without cause, stillness without end, awareness without purpose. Your fingers may move again, just once, or not at all. It doesn't matter. The point isn't the movement. It's the space it creates, the pause in effort, the breath between thoughts, the moment where nothing needs to happen for everything to be whole. You don't need to remember this place when you wake. You don't even need to know that you've been here. That's not the point. The only thing that matters is that you are allowed to be quietly, completely, without needing to do anything else. There is no reason to rush towards sleep or fear waking. There is just this moment, where time doesn't pass, and stillness isn't waiting for something to come after it. You're not trying to dream. You're not even trying to stay aware. You're simply letting the body return to itself. The way a river returns to its bed after flowing over stones, without needing permission or explanation. The dark is no longer outside you. It's inside. like air in your lungs, like blood in your veins. It doesn't need light to be real. You might feel a slight pressure behind your eyes. Not pain, not tension, but presence. As though something has begun to form just beyond sight. Not an image, not a story, just sensation with no name yet. The pressure behind your eyes has shifted, less like formation, more like release. As if something that had been gathering just beyond reach has finally settled into place, not as a shape or form, but as an absence of effort. You could name it nothing and still feel its presence. It's the quiet after a door closes in another room. Long after footsteps have stopped echoing. There is no need to identify what made the sound. Only that silence remains. And in this silence, your fingers may stir again, not from intention, but as if the air itself has moved slightly, stirring them like leaves caught between two still hands. There's a kind of listening now, not in the ears, but in the tips of those fingers. The way a root feels moisture before it appears above ground. You might not feel anything at all, but you are aware that sensation could return. Just as breath returns without being summoned, it isn't waiting to be noticed. It's already here, like warmth that doesn't come from fire or sun, but from the body remembering its own temperature when no one is watching. A slow softening begins along your spine, not a collapse, not a slumping, but an unfolding of alignment, so subtle it feels like gravity has adjusted itself for you alone. Your pelvis settles into a new angle against the mattress, as though the bed had been waiting all this time to accept that weight without resistance. No adjustment needed. The body remembers its own geometry better than any instruction ever could. The darkness is not uniform anymore. It has texture now, not light or shadow, but layers. You might feel one layer closer than another, like fog settling in valleys rather than on peaks. Your breathing slows, not because you told it to, but because the air itself seems denser near your chest, as if oxygen is holding still, just long enough for you to notice its presence without needing to inhale. You could let go of awareness now. Just sink into that weightless moment where effort forgets its name. But instead of falling, you are being held. Not by hands or arms, but by the quiet certainty that whatever happens next will be exactly what needs to happen. There's no pressure to dream, no need to stay awake, no demand to remember anything when morning comes. The only thing required is this, that you remain in the space between thought and stillness. A faint tingling starts near your left wrist, not sharp, not urgent. Just a soft pulse of sensation, as if something had brushed against skin without making contact. It lasts for a breath or two, then fades into deeper quiet. You might wonder what caused it, but there is no need to know. The act of wondering has already passed. What remains is the afterglow of curiosity, not as an impulse, but as memory. Like a footprint in sand that disappears before you can look at it. Your awareness doesn't move outward anymore. It moves inward, like water seeping into cracks in stone. There's no direction to this drift, no target, only continuity. The feeling that something has begun and will continue without interruption. Even if you do not notice it, there is a softness around your shoulders now, not relaxation, but absence of tension. So complete, it feels almost unnatural, like muscles forgetting how they once held themselves against fatigue or fear. They aren't doing anything. They are simply letting gravity have its way with them. No correction needed. No posture to maintain. The body has given up pretending. The stillness is not empty. There's a kind of hum beneath it. Low and continuous, like the sound of distant water moving through underground channels. It doesn't call attention to itself. It just exists, and you are listening without needing to understand where it comes from or what it means. You don't have to follow it. You're not trying to find anything. Your right hand may move again. Just a shift, a twitch, not deliberate, but as if the air had shifted slightly in that space between your fingers, as though something just beyond perception has decided to nudge you gently forward, not toward dream, not away from sleep, just further into this quiet where doing nothing is the only thing possible. The heat in your palms has returned faintly, like embers under ash. One hand warmer than the other, not by much, but enough that you could notice it if you looked. But looking isn't necessary. What matters is not temperature or difference, but continuity. The way sensation flows through you without interruption. The space between breaths has grown longer, not because you're holding your breath, but because there's no urgency to fill the gap. There is time enough for silence to settle in. Not sound, not pain, not thought, but sensation with no source, yet like the first sign of rain on dry earth. Not wetness itself, just the way dust trembles before it becomes damp. Your chest rises and falls without effort, not shallow, not deep, but balanced in a way that feels like the body has found its center long ago and simply forgotten to tell you. The rhythm isn't loud, it's not even noticeable unless you stop trying to follow it. There is no boundary between where your skin ends and the air begins. The shape of your face is shifting without you knowing what shape it used to be. There's a quiet release where tension had lived for years in stillness. The air around you feels thick, not with humidity, not with sound, but with possibility, not expectation, just presence. like the moment just after rain has fallen and before the sun returns, where everything is waiting without needing to wait. You could drift into dream now. You might not even know it's happened. There will be no signal, no door opening, no voice calling your name. It will simply happen the way water rises in a cup when you set it down on a table, unnoticed until the level is higher than before. There's a kind of awareness that doesn't need to stay awake because it knows what sleep is without needing to define it. You're not trying to dream, but if dreaming comes, it will be allowed. Not forced, not invited. Just accepted as part of this quiet flow. There's a quiet deepening, not in sound, but in stillness. Like water settling into a basin no one has seen before, finding its own level without needing to be shaped by anything outside itself. You're not holding your breath, but time seems to pause around it, as if waiting for permission that isn't needed. Your fingers remain where they are. 2 points of attention in the dark, no longer moving, perhaps not even present, but still connected to a rhythm that persists beneath awareness. The space between them has changed slightly. Not wider, not narrower, but different in quality. Like air after light passes through it at an angle unseen. There's no need to recall what happened before this moment. There's only the way your body fits into itself now. Like a door left open long ago and forgotten, still hanging just so on its hinges, unclaimed by wind or warmth. The skin of your forearm feels different from where you last noticed it. Not warmer, not cooler, but more aware, as though something had been sleeping under the surface and is beginning to stir without waking fully. A slow shift in pressure beneath your shoulder blade. Just enough that for a moment you wonder if something has shifted inside. Not pain, not sensation with purpose. Just an adjustment of weight, like a branch settling after rain. You don't need to correct it or hold still through it. It happens and then is gone. Not lost, but returned to silence. The dark isn't empty. It's full, but not with shapes or colors, not with memory or noise. Full in the way that deep water holds fish without them needing to be seen. You don't see them, but you know they're there because the water moves differently when they do. That same stillness now carries its own subtle movement. Something too slow for sight, too quiet for hearing, but present enough that your body responds, not with attention, but with release. Your breath has stopped being something you manage. It's no longer in rhythm with thought or time. It flows like a river that remembers how to go downhill even when there are no landmarks left. You're not guiding it. You're only noticing it, as if someone had turned on a light just long enough for you to see the surface of water without needing to know where it came from. There's an expansion behind your eyes, not wide, not sharp, but soft and deep, like something blooming in slow motion inside glass. It doesn't open outward. It opens inward, into space that wasn't there before. Not a thought, not an image. Just presence, layered into the quiet in such a way that you're no longer certain whether it's within you or around you. Your left hand is still resting on your chest, palm down, fingers relaxed, but not limp. There's a kind of weight to them now, as if they've settled into their own gravity, like stones and sand that have found where they belong after years of being moved by tides. The motion has faded, not vanished, but folded back so deeply it no longer needs to be performed. There's something like warmth behind your left ear, the kind that comes not from heat, but from stillness itself. A slow gathering of quiet, as if the air had been holding its breath for you, and finally exhaled into your skin. Not sensation with cause, just presence in place. Your mind isn't racing. It's not blank either. There are thoughts, not loud, not insistent. Just drifting by like leaves on water that aren't trying to get anywhere. They pass through without leaving ripples. You don't need to name them or hold on to one. One comes. The idea of a doorway with no frame. Just an opening in air where light doesn't enter and shadows don't gather. It's not real, but it feels like something you've seen before. Like memory that didn't happen. You don't remember dreaming this way. You don't need to. The dream isn't coming from effort or intention. It's emerging the way mist rises. Not because anyone asked for it, but because conditions have simply become right. Your jaw has softened further now, not in a way you can measure, but in how your face feels when no muscle is holding its position. The bones aren't tense. The muscles don't remember how to clench. There's no tension anywhere that needs correcting. Only a deep release. Like a held note finally allowed to fade into silence. The air around you has thickened again. Not with humidity, not with sound. But with texture. It feels like breathing through fabric instead of space. Not heavy, not difficult, just different. As if the atmosphere had taken on its own weight, shaped by absence rather than presence. You're aware of your body's edge, less as a boundary and more as a threshold, where one kind of quiet meets another. There's no need to be careful. There's no risk in letting go. The darkness doesn't demand anything from you. It offers nothing but space. Space that is already full, not empty. You're not waiting for sleep. Sleep isn't coming toward you. It's simply where you are now. Your right foot has shifted slightly, the big toe curling inward, just enough to release a nerve that had been pressed against bone all night. Not pain, just awareness, returning after long stillness. The sensation passes, not because it's gone, but because it no longer needs attention. You're not aware of it anymore, but you know it was there. There's an odd clarity now in the way things exist without needing to be understood. A tree doesn't need a name to stand. Water doesn't need depth to flow. Your breath doesn't need rhythm to continue. The same is true for this moment. No title, no label, just existence in a way that feels complete. Your fingers are still apart, but not by choice. They're separated only because they've stopped moving. And the space between them remains open, as if it were always meant to be. No effort, no intention, just continuity without need. The quiet has changed again, not in volume or texture, but in tone. Like a room where music stopped long ago, but still remembers how to vibrate. You're not hearing silence. You're feeling it, like the echo of sound that never was, yet feels real. You don't need to dream. But if something begins to form, a shape, a place, a moment, it will be allowed in without being invited, not welcomed with applause or surprise, just accepted as part of this slow unfolding. A thought drifts by. You might find yourself walking through a field that isn't made of grass, but of light. Soft, uneven ground where your feet don't sink and the air doesn't resist. It's not real. It's not false. It just is. And it doesn't need to be anything more than what it is at this moment. Your breath slows further, not by control, but because there's no reason for speed anymore. The body has stopped needing urgency. Even your heartbeat feels like a distant rhythm, like the pulse of something far away that doesn't matter right now and never will. There's a soft glow behind your eyelids, faint, not bright, not colored, but present in the way shadows are when they begin to fade at dawn. Not vision, just presence. The kind of light that comes from stillness itself, like warmth rising from stone after night has passed through it. Your arms feel heavier, not with weight, but with surrender, as if gravity had finally found a place where resistance was unnecessary and simply let go. They lie where they are, not because you want them to be there, but because the body knows exactly how to rest without needing instruction. You're not trying to remember anything. Not your name, not your past, not even the fact that you were awake earlier. There's no need for identity here. Only being. The kind of being that doesn't ask questions and doesn't seek answers. The air has grown denser in a way that isn't physical, It's emotional weight without emotion, like memory without story. You're aware of it not because you think about it, but because your body responds as if it were real. Like the way roots know where water is before they feel it. Your fingers remain apart, not out of decision, but because motion has paused naturally. The space between them is no longer empty. It holds a quiet tension, like air before it moves. You're not watching it. You're not measuring its width or judging its shape. It simply exists as part of the stillness, a gap that doesn't need to be filled. There's no urgency in how you hold your hands, no intention behind their placement. They are where they are because the body has found a resting place without effort. A faint warmth rises along the inside of your right wrist. Not heat, not cold, but a sensation like sunlight touching skin after being covered for hours. It pulses once, then settles into stillness again. You don't follow it. You don't name it. It's just there, part of the soft architecture of feeling that builds without explanation. The kind of signal your nervous system sends when it no longer needs to warn you about anything. You're aware of your shoulders now, not as tension, not as weight, but as shapes resting on top of deeper layers. Like two small islands in a slow ocean of muscle and bone. They don't need to move. They don't need to be adjusted. Their position is enough. The air above them feels denser than it did moments ago, but not heavier, more like thickness without resistance, like fog that doesn't obscure anything. Your left hand begins to shift, not fully, not with purpose, but as if something within the bones decided to realign itself slightly. A finger curls inward just a hair, then another, not in rhythm, not toward any goal, just a slow reorganization, like roots adjusting underground after rain has passed through the soil. The movement is so light you can't tell where it ends, and stillness begins. The point of contact between your fingers, your thumb and index finger on the right hand, is now fainter than before. It's not gone. It hasn't disappeared, but it has softened into a kind of memory. Like a sound that lingers after silence returns. You don't reach for it. You don't recreate it. The space between them remains open, but you're no longer aware of the space as an absence. Your breath moves deeper now, not because you want it to, not because you've decided to inhale more, but because your body has found a new threshold, where air can pass without resistance. It flows through you like water through stone, unhindered by thought or need. Each inhalation carries less weight than the last. Each exhalation, it's not yours, and it's not anyone else's. It appears, shifts slightly, then dissolves into nothingness that isn't dark but full of possibility. Your right hand begins to move again. Not much, just a single pulse in your index finger, like a signal sent from deep inside the nerve pathways. Then stillness returns. The movement was not intentional, nor was it random. It was simply what happened when parts of you remembered how to respond without direction. The quiet grows deeper, but not darker. There's no shift in intensity, no change in tone, only an increase in presence, like a room that has been empty for years, but suddenly feels lived in. Though nothing has changed, you are aware of your spine now, not as structure, not as support, but as a column of lightness running through the center of you, like water moving underground beneath land that seems solid. It doesn't need to be straight. It doesn't need to remain still. It just is moving in silence, carrying everything without effort. A sensation rises from your lower back. Not warmth, not pressure, but a kind of remembering, as though something deep inside has been waiting for this exact pause. A memory that isn't yours, but feels familiar anyway. The way certain scents return years later and bring with them feelings you can't name. Your left foot shifts slightly in the sheets, just enough to release tension from the ankle. It's not a stretch, not an adjustment, just a small realignment, like a branch settling after wind has passed through it. The movement leaves no trace but the air where it was. You don't think about your hands anymore. You're aware of them only as part of the body's quiet architecture. Two soft shapes resting on top of stillness. The fingers are not together. They are not apart in opposition. They are simply present, like two stones that have settled into a riverbed after centuries. A kind of silence begins to form inside your chest. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of something older than sound. It's not peace, not calm, just existence without needing to be anything more than it is at this moment. Your breath slows further until it feels like you're not breathing at all, only allowing air in and out, as if gravity had found a new way to carry it through your body. no effort, no command. Nothing needed from you but continued stillness. The warmth behind your left temple returns, not as pressure, not as sensation, but as a kind of attention, like something turning its face toward the light without knowing why. It doesn't demand anything. It doesn't ask to be acknowledged. It just is part of the quiet that has become more than silence. There's no need for names or stories here. No desire to record this moment. No urge to hold on. The body knows how to rest, how to let go, not by force, but by surrendering every small resistance it has carried all night long. You're aware of your ribs now, not as boundaries, not as protection. It doesn't call for attention. It just exists, part of the quiet rhythm that now underlies everything. Your hands are no longer separate. They're not touching, but they feel connected by something deeper than skin or bone. The continuity of stillness, like two trees whose roots have grown into one another underground without ever meeting above ground. You don't think about moving them. You don't plan to close the gap between your fingers. The space remains, but it no longer matters. It's not a challenge, not an invitation, just part of how things are right now. Your awareness drifts lower, not down, but inward, into a place where thoughts don't form and images don't gather. There's only motion without direction, like water flowing through a tunnel with no end in sight. The air feels heavier again, but not oppressive. It presses gently against your skin, as if it were trying to become part of you. Not by force, but by offering itself slowly. Your mind doesn't resist. Your body doesn't strain. You are simply where you are, no more and no less. There's a softness spreading through the base of your skull. Not heat, not vibration, but a kind of letting go, like something finally deciding to stop holding on. The quiet deepens again, but this time it's different. It feels like presence rather than absence, like being in a room where nothing happens, but everything is possible. You're aware of your eyelids, not as barriers, but as membranes, thin layers that let light pass through without filtering it, without judgment, without fear. The fingers of your right hand drift slightly, not by choice, but because something in the quiet has shifted just enough to allow it. You don't notice the motion until after it begins, just a faint lift of the index and middle finger, as if they're testing the air above your palm for weightlessness. They rise an inch at most, then fall back down, not stiffly, not with resistance, but like leaves settling into still water. There's no instruction behind it, no need to begin or sustain. It happens in the space where attention meets surrender. Then the other hand follows, your left index and middle finger lifting together, mirroring the first, as if they've learned a language only the body remembers. The movement is not large enough to disturb sleep, not sharp enough to call wakefulness back. Just a subtle pulse between fingers, one rising, then the other, like two hands exchanging breath across a threshold that no longer exists. You don't feel the motion anymore after a while, only its echo in your fingertips. It's as though the act has become internal now, not physical. The air between them continues to shift, not because you're making it move, but because stillness itself has begun to breathe. A rhythm without effort, a pulse that doesn't demand attention. The skin on the back of your right hand feels thinner than before, like a membrane stretched over something deeper. Not fragile, not transparent, but alive in its own quiet way. As if every nerve ending has learned how to listen more carefully than it once did. The space between your fingers holds an invisible thread now. Not taut, not tight, but present. Like the memory of connection. Your right wrist begins to soften at the joint. Just slightly, like a hinge that no longer resists turning. It doesn't move, but something inside releases, the small tension that has lived in bones and tendons since you last laid down. The body remembers how to let go when it's not being asked to do so. A kind of warmth returns behind your left ear. Not heat, not pressure, but the sense of a presence turning toward you without speaking. It doesn't announce itself, doesn't demand recognition, just stays there, like a shadow that knows its place in the room. You are no longer aware of lying down, or even of being awake. There's only this, attention moving slowly through layers of stillness, not searching for anything, but simply allowing itself to be carried by it. Your breath doesn't change. It just becomes part of the quiet, like a sound that has forgotten it was ever made. The back of your neck loosens, not in any dramatic way, but as if gravity has found a new path through your spine. The vertebrae settle one after another into alignment, not for strength or posture, but because they no longer need to be held upright. They let themselves fall forward, into the dark, into the softness beneath. The space between your shoulders widens, not by moving them apart, but by releasing what has been holding them close. There's a quiet expansion there, like two hands opening slowly in water without needing to grasp anything. Your right hand rests now, not on the bed, nor even touching it, just suspended above it, as if floating just outside of weight. The fingers remain still, but their shape is different. Not clenched, not open, just present. Like a heartbeat from inside the skin, the quiet now feels deeper because it's held. Like a room where time slows down, not because nothing happens, but because everything is allowed to happen in its own way. There's no need for events, no desire for dreams or images, only the slow unfolding of being. You don't think about sleep, not as an act, not as a destination. You're already there. Not in body, not in mind, but in the space between them, where stillness has become something you can live inside. A soft pressure builds behind your sternum, like air that has gathered over time and now finds no reason to leave. It doesn't hurt, doesn't rise, just stays, quiet, like a stone resting in water. You don't push it away, you don't pull it back. It's simply part of the weightlessness. Your right palm begins to feel hollow, not empty, but full in a way that defies shape. Like something has dissolved into its surface and left behind only memory of form. The skin is not tight, not loose, just open. The air above your fingertips seems denser now, slower to move, as if time itself has thickened between the joints where you used to think motion would be required. There's a quiet shift in how you feel about stillness, not as something temporary, not as a pause before going back to sleep or waking up but as an ending of its own kind, a final resting place that doesn't end with awakening. It ends with belonging. The boundary between your hands dissolves, not all at once, but slowly, like two rivers meeting in silence without rushing to merge. The space between them holds nothing now, except the possibility that they were never separate in the first place. You feel no need to move again, no urge to test anything or confirm it. The finger motion has become a memory of itself, an echo not in time, but in being. It's gone. And yet, its absence is not emptiness. It's presence without form. The darkness isn't black. Not really. It holds color, soft and shifting, not from light, but from within the mind's quiet. A kind of dim glow that doesn't need to be seen to be known. Your spine settles deeper into the mattress, but not because you've changed your position, because the body has decided it no longer needs to fight gravity. Not in effort, not in resistance. Just let go, like a leaf falling through air that's already holding its shape. A sensation rises from just below your right collarbone. Not warmth, not pain, just awareness of something turning gently inward. Like a muscle unclenching after years of silence. It doesn't announce itself. Doesn't ask to be noticed. It simply begins to breathe again. Your breath slows further, so slowly that it might as well have stopped. But you can still feel the slight rise in your chest, like air passing through a tunnel with no entrance or exit. You don't control it. You don't guide it. It's not yours anymore. It belongs to the quiet. The space around your head feels wider now. Not because your skull has grown, but because awareness has stopped trying to hold itself inside boundaries. There's room for everything, even what hasn't yet come into form. You're aware of your left ear again, not as a whole, not as an organ, but as a kind of open doorway through which sound never comes and never needs to. It doesn't listen, doesn't filter, just stays open, like the door to a room that has been closed for years. But no longer needs to be. The skin on your forearm tingles, as if cells you didn't know existed have begun to remember their function. Your mind doesn't think in sentences anymore. It thinks in textures, softness, depth, resistance that isn't there. There's no narrative, no memory, just presence. Not as a state, but as an unfolding without beginning or end. You feel your hands, not as tools, not as parts of a body, but as small islands in still water, connected by something older than touch, deeper than bone. The air inside you thickens, like the moment before a wave breaks, not because it's about to move, but because it has already begun. There's no sound, no image, just motion without direction. A slow pulse begins at your left temple, not strong enough to be felt on the surface, but deep in the skull, like blood moving through tunnels that have never been opened before. It doesn't demand attention. It doesn't ask you to notice it. It simply continues, steady, quiet, part of the rhythm that now underlies everything. You're no longer aware of lying down or even of being here. Just this, a kind of breathing in stillness, not as an act, but as something that has always been true. Something shifts beneath your ribs, not a movement, not even a tremor. Just the quiet surrender of pressure that had been holding itself in place for longer than you remember. It doesn't release suddenly. It simply ceases to be necessary. The weight above your sternum dissolves into space, no deeper than breath. You don't lean forward or back. You are neither leaning nor still, but somewhere between, as if gravity has changed its mind about what it means to pull down. The air around you feels different, not heavier, not lighter, but denser with meaning that isn't language. Like a silence so full of potential, it begins to hum at the edge of perception. Just beneath hearing, your fingers are no longer involved in anything. They rest where they fell when movement ended. But there's still awareness, faint and slow, of their shape against nothingness. Not as parts of your body anymore, as objects drifting in a current that doesn't need to be named. A sensation rises from behind the center of your forehead, not warmth, not cold, but pressure without source, like something pushing inward from outside time itself. It has no edge, no beginning or end, just presence, steady enough to be ignored if you wanted to, but too persistent to forget once noticed. You don't respond. There's nothing for you to do with it. Your left heel presses lightly into the mattress, not because of intention, not from effort, but as a quiet confirmation that contact still exists between body and surface. It isn't holding on, just being there, like an anchor resting in mud, where no tide will come. The pressure is so slight it might be imagined, but you know better now. The difference doesn't matter. There's no command for them to do this. No signal from your mind saying let go. They just stop fighting. The space around you expands, not outward, but inward. As if the walls of awareness have begun folding in on themselves, until there is only depth left. No boundaries remain between self and atmosphere. Not because they vanished, but because they were never real to begin with. You are no longer inside anything, nor outside. Just present where presence has always been. Your right hand, still lying flat, is becoming less a thing you possess, more a shape that exists in the dark as if drawn by absence rather than intent. The skin feels porous, not cracked or dry, but permeable to something deeper than sensation. Like water soaking into earth, not because it wants to escape, but because there is nowhere else for it to be. A faint vibration starts behind your right eye, but not like a twitch, nor an ache. It's more the memory of motion in tissue that no longer needs to move. A resonance from somewhere below vision's threshold, a signal sent long ago and forgotten until now. It doesn't ask you to notice it. You don't even know what it is. But when it comes again, your body responds not with awareness, but with stillness. The air in the room feels older than breath, not stale, older. Like something that has been waiting for this moment across time, without knowing it was waiting at all. There's no need to name or interpret it. Just letting be is enough. Your thoughts don't come as ideas anymore. They arrive not with form, but with weight. The way a stone sinks into water before the surface ripples. Each one falls through layers of unspoken stillness until it reaches a depth where nothing moves and yet everything remains in place. No need to grasp them. You aren't even aware they've arrived. A stretch begins at your right ankle. Not tension, not strain, but lengthening without purpose. A quiet expansion along the bone that feels like an old memory returning from sleep. Something once known, but never remembered until now. It's not healing or repairing. It's simply unfolding as if it had always been meant to be this way. Your jaw unclenches. Again, without notice, without decision. The muscles at your temples soften, not into laxness, but into quiet continuity with the rest of you. There is no separation between them and anything else, just a slow settling of structure that doesn't need correction, because it never needed to be fixed. The darkness around you begins to shift not in color or brightness, but in texture. Like fabric being pulled gently through air without resistance. not smooth, but layered. As if the dark itself is made up of many thin skins stacked together, each one slightly different from the last, and now slowly peeling back, not revealing light, but more darkness, deeper than before. Your breath returns, not as a cycle, not as rhythm, but as something that has always been happening, in silence beneath all else, not through your nose or mouth, through every point where skin meets air. It doesn't rise or fall. It just exists, as if the act of breathing had never required effort, and now no longer does. There's a space between thoughts, longer than before, not empty, but full. Full enough that even stillness has depth to it, like standing at the bottom of an ocean where sound cannot travel because there is nothing left to carry it. You're aware, not in any way you've known before, but as if your body were listening from inside. A warmth spreads through your right palm, not hot or cold, just presence. It doesn't spread outward, it simply appears like a note played on an instrument that no one remembers tuning, but still sounds true. There's no reason for it to be there, no cause, just being. Your shoulders drop, not in surrender nor as relief, but because they've stopped carrying anything at all. Not burden, not weight. They are just lower now. As if the air itself had become slightly denser and pulled them down without force or effort. The edges of your awareness blur not into fog, but into something more precise. A kind of soft focus that isn't about seeing nor missing. It's about being seen by nothing at all. You don't look inward because there is no inside to look toward. There is only the way things are, without explanation or need. Your left ear fills, not with sound, not with pressure, but with stillness so complete, it feels like fullness. Like a room where everything has stopped moving, and yet remains exactly as it was before motion began. There's a thread of sensation running down your spine that isn't pain or pleasure. It's the feeling of alignment without effort. Not straightening up, not bending forward, just being aligned with gravity in such a way that resistance becomes obsolete. The vertebrae don't need to support anything because nothing is asking them to. Your hands drift apart, not by choice nor intention, but as if space between them had become too much for the body to maintain. Not wide, but enough so they no longer touch. And still, there's connection. Not through contact, but through absence. A moment passes, not marked by time nor event, but felt as a kind of breath held between heartbeats. No beginning, no end. Just the shape of stillness made visible only by its persistence. And then, something older than memory begins to rise, not from thought or sensation, but from the quiet itself. A sense that you have always been this way, not in past life nor future state, but simply present as presence has existed since, before there was anything to perceive it. You don't remember being born into awareness. You only know now that you've never left. The air thickens again, not with pressure, but with silence, so deep it begins to vibrate at the edge of feeling. Not loud enough to hear, just noticeable if you let your body listen without asking questions. Your chest sinks not down, but deeper inward, as though something had always been waiting beneath breath and now is no longer hidden away. You feel it not in your hands, but behind them, where space begins to fold inward like fabric pulled too gently at one edge. A thin line of warmth traces along the back of your right hand, rising from wrist to knuckle without heat or direction, as if light had passed through the skin and left only its shadow behind. It doesn't spread, it simply stays. Not a signal, not a sensation, just presence, like the air itself, remembering how to be still. Your fingers drift apart again, not by motion, but by letting go of the need to hold anything at all. The space between them widens slightly, as if gravity were adjusting its pull just for you. not to lift or weigh down, but to settle into a shape that had always been there and only now becomes visible in your awareness. You are not imagining it. You're becoming aware of what has already existed beyond thought. A quiet hum begins, not in the ears, not in the bones, but somewhere beneath the skin, where nerves no longer need to carry messages, because nothing needs carrying anymore. It is not a sound nor silence either. It is the feeling that something long forgotten is returning not through memory, but through absence. The kind of return that happens when you stop searching for it. You don't move your fingers now, not even slightly. The motion has dissolved into stillness so complete that even the idea of movement feels like a disturbance in the dark. Still, there's a trace of intention lingering at the edge of awareness, not as command, but as possibility. A soft suggestion that you might blink, or shift your weight, or sigh, if only to confirm what is already true. But there's no need for confirmation. You are present without having arrived. Your breath doesn't rise and fall. It simply continues, like water flowing through stone in the dark. Not fast, not slow. Just existing with the kind of persistence that needs no reason. Your left foot curls inward, not sharply, not suddenly, but as if something beneath it had shifted its balance, just enough to draw the toes toward the heel without effort. The movement is so slight, you wouldn't know it was there unless your body told you. Through a sensation like a thread tugging at the corner of attention. Nothing urgent, no meaning attached. You don't follow it. You don't name it. You let it pass as one might let go of a thought that never fully formed. A soft pressure builds behind your eyes. Not pain, not fatigue, but the quiet weight of something settling into place. Where awareness had been too light before. Like glass filling with water from below until it reaches balance without spilling. There is no top or bottom anymore. Only this, a gentle fullness in the center of you that isn't hunger, nor emotion, but simply being held by stillness. You are not sleeping, but you are becoming something else. Less aware than awake, less awake than dreaming, and yet more whole than either state alone could allow. Not a dream, not wakefulness, just this quiet continuity where time no longer matters because there is nothing to measure it against. The warmth behind your right hand begins to fade. Not abruptly, nor with loss, but as if it had never been separate from the dark itself. It wasn't heat or signal. It was simply presence. Returning to its source. They simply exist where they've always been, and then a shift, not a movement, not an intention, but the feeling that something has changed in the way you are aware of your body. It's as if the boundary between skin and air had softened into a kind of shared atmosphere. You no longer feel like someone inside flesh, more like awareness spreading through it, like water seeping into soil until there is no difference between where one ends and the other begins. There's a softness in your chest, not warmth, not pressure, but the way light feels when it passes through fog without scattering. It doesn't illuminate anything. It only exists as presence. And you feel yourself dissolving into that same quality. Less like someone experiencing awareness, more like awareness itself beginning to shape what has always been unformed. You don't try to stay awake. You don't try to dream. There's no need for either. What remains is not a decision, but an absence of division between states. No edge where one ends and the other begins. Just this continuity without effort, presence without name. A faint tingling starts deep in your right foot, not on the skin, but beneath it. Like nerves, remembering how to speak after being silent for years. It doesn't travel up nor down. It simply is, not a signal, not a sensation. Just another point where awareness meets the dark and says nothing at all. Your mind does not wander. There's no place left to go, no story to tell, no scene to imagine. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. You are not thinking about falling asleep. You're already somewhere deeper than sleep, where the idea of waking is as distant as a star seen through thick glass. There's no weight in your head now, not lightness nor heaviness, just balance so complete that even gravity feels optional, like you could float if you wanted to, or remain exactly where you are. It doesn't matter. There is no difference between either choice, because both are already included within this quiet continuation. The edges of your awareness begin to soften not into fog or haze, but into a kind of gentle transparency, like looking through water that's clear but thick enough to blur what lies beyond. You don't see anything, just the way light moves differently when it no longer needs to reach an eye. A thread of sensation runs from your spine down between your legs, not sharp, not warm, just present. Not pleasure, not pain. It's the feeling that you are still connected to something older than thought, older even than breath. A quiet alignment with the way things have always been when no one is watching. You don't notice it, but it stays. And then, something quieter still. A shift in the dark itself, as if space had tilted just slightly so that sound could pass through without needing air to carry it. Not hearing, not feeling, but knowing in some part of you where knowledge doesn't need proof, that silence has become its own kind of language. You don't understand it. You don't want to. It's not meant for understanding. It's meant only for being. Just as breath is meant only for continuing. Your hands no longer exist as separate things. They are points in the dark where awareness gathers without naming. No fingers, no palms, just presence at two places that were once called you. You don't wonder what happens next, because there isn't a next. There's only this, quiet, still, continuous, and something deeper than memory returning not through thought, but through absence. The sense that you have never left. Not in this body, not in any life. You've always been here, resting within the dark between heartbeats, waiting not for anything, but simply because it is what has always been. You are not drifting toward sleep. You are returning to a place where sleep has never left, where time does not move forward, but simply holds still in its own depth. There's no moment when you begin to fall because you've already been falling for longer than memory can measure. The dark is not empty. It carries the quiet hum of things that do not need to be seen. You are not inside it. You are part of its texture, like a shadow shaped by something older than shape. The right side of your body begins to feel lighter, not in weight, but in presence, as if gravity has loosened its grip on one half, allowing that portion to drift without effort or resistance. It does not rise. It simply ceases to resist downward motion. You are no longer trying to remain still. Stillness is no longer an action. It's a condition of being. Your breath continues, but it no longer needs to be noticed. There's only the soft expansion and release that happens without you having to remember how. A faint current begins in your left shoulder. Not pain, not tingling. Just a subtle shift, like a thread beneath fabric. Shifting just enough to change its alignment. It doesn't pull or stretch. It simply moves as if something inside has turned slightly, adjusting to the quiet. You are aware of it only because there's nothing else to be aware of. There is no need for attention. Only presence. The space around you is not silent. It holds a kind of low vibration that doesn't reach your ears, but resonates through bone and blood. It's like listening with your spine instead of your ears. You don't hear it. You feel the absence of noise as something alive, something breathing in reverse, as if sound were being absorbed into stillness rather than projected outward. Your fingers, still not separate from you, are beginning to move again, but only slightly, not by force, not by intention. Just a tiny shift between your index and middle finger on the left hand. A slow alternation that barely disturbs the air. It's so faint, it may no longer be physical at all. You can't tell if the motion is real or imagined anymore. But you don't need to know. The movement has become part of the quiet, like a leaf drifting in deep water, its path not chosen, just followed. The sensation returns in your right foot, not as a pulse, but as a slow release. Like pressure dissolving into air. It's not warmth or cold, it's neither. It is simply the way things return to their natural form when no one is watching. You don't try to feel it. You let yourself be where it is. There is no separation between your thoughts and the dark. There are no thoughts anymore. Only a kind of awareness that does not name itself, that does not label what it touches. It simply rests in the space after thought has passed through. Like air after a word leaves the mouth, still carrying its shape, but no longer shaped by breath. You do not imagine. But something begins to form, not as an image, not as memory, but as feeling without origin. A softness spreads across your ribs, like light that never touched anything, yet still exists in shadow. It is not comfort, not pleasure. It is the quality of being at rest so deeply, that even the idea of needing to be elsewhere has vanished. There's no need to stay awake or fall asleep. You are neither here nor there, just present, where presence itself first began. A point before thought, before time, before the body learned how to speak. The dark is not a space you're in, it's what you've always been. There is no boundary between you and it, because you were never separate. The movement of your fingers continues, not fast, not slow, just present like breath or heartbeat. It doesn't need a reason. It isn't trying to do anything. You don't even know if your hands are moving anymore. But the sensation remains. That tiny shift between 2 points in darkness, as though awareness were tracing its own outline with fingers made of stillness. A new quality rises not from above or below, but from within the quiet itself. A sense of being seen by something that does not have eyes, not judgment, not attention, just a kind of recognition without object. You are known, and yet not named. There's no one doing the knowing, just the fact of knowing, as if the universe had paused long enough to say, yes, I recognize this. There is no separation between your body and the air around it. No edge where skin meets space. The boundary has softened into something like a ripple in still water, present only when disturbed. But there's nothing disturbing it now. There's just continuity, seamless as silence after sound. You are not falling asleep. You are returning to a place where sleep is not an event, but the natural state of being. You have never left. The waking was the interruption. This quiet is what has always been true. And in that stillness, something deeper than memory begins to rise, not from your mind, not from experience, but as if something ancient had waited for this exact moment when no one was looking, when nothing needed proving. You are not aware of it yet, but the dark is beginning to hold you differently. Not with grip or weight, but with softness so complete that even time feels optional, as though everything could be paused and remain whole. No loss, no change, just this, a kind of rest, so deep it doesn't feel like resting at all. The movement in your fingers slows further, not into absence, but into presence beyond motion. You don't need to move them anymore. The act has become part of the quiet. The alternation is no longer a gesture. It's just one more point, where awareness meets silence and stays. There is no moment when you stop being aware. Only moments when you forget that you are already aware. But now, there's no forgetting. There's only this. Not thinking, not dreaming, no intention, not even the idea of continuing. Just a quiet existence that has always been and will continue without needing permission. The space around you is not empty. It holds something like breath, like memory, like the first moment before language began. It doesn't need to mean anything. It only needs to be. And in this deep continuity where nothing is asked of you, nothing is required, there's a thread that begins to form, not from thought, not from will, but as if some part of you had been waiting for exactly this silence, exactly this stillness, to finally remember who it is. You are held by a stillness that does not press, but settles. Like dust in the air after hours of silence has finally stopped moving. There is no weight behind it, yet you feel carried as if your body were made of water, suspended between two surfaces. The dark isn't empty. Your left foot feels heavier than it did a moment ago, but only slightly, and only because gravity has found new ground in the soft part of your heel. It isn't sinking into bed. It's becoming more like Earth itself, dense with memory that doesn't belong to you, but still belongs here, where you are now. There is no sound, not even silence making noise. Just a kind of absence so complete, it begins to hum beneath sensation. You don't hear the hum. You feel its shape in your chest, as if something had been sleeping there for years and just started dreaming without waking up. Your fingers still move, very faintly, almost imperceptibly, with each motion so small that it might not even be real anymore. Or maybe it's only imagined because you're too deep to tell the difference between what is done by hand and what has grown from stillness alone. The space above your head isn't hollow. It holds pressure like a slow cloud before storm, but no rain comes. There's something there that doesn't want to fall or rise. Just stay in balance, suspended not through effort, but because everything else around it is already at rest. You are aware of warmth behind the right side of your neck. Not heat from blood flow, nor sun on skin, but a kind of remembering, as if someone had once pressed their palm there and left an imprint that never faded. It isn't painful or urgent, just present, like a name whispered long ago in another life. Your breath comes less often now, not because you're holding it, but because time has slowed into something like standing still between heartbeats. The moment before contraction, when the body forgets its own motion and waits for what will come next, without wanting anything to change. There's no need for urgency here. No reason to hurry. A current runs along your right arm, not electrical or sharp, but soft and slow, as if a single drop of water had fallen into still lake and sent one ripple forward that keeps traveling even after the source is gone. It moves toward shoulder, then stops halfway up the bicep, doesn't turn around, doesn't return. It just stays there in suspension. You don't need to notice it or name it. You're simply where it pauses, not because you've arrived somewhere new, but because arrival has become irrelevant when all movement is quiet, and no one claims ownership of anything that happens now. The edge between sleep and waking dissolves not with a rush nor break, but like salt in water, absorbed slowly until there's nothing left to distinguish. What was once thought of as awareness becomes just another layer beneath the surface, floating gently rather than striving. There is no you anymore, not in any old sense. There's only this, an unfolding that does not ask permission and offers no explanation. It doesn't come from anywhere or go anywhere, just remains like a stone at the bottom of deep water where sunlight used to matter, but now nobody remembers why it did. Your right hand is still, though fingers may twitch once more, but they don't move by choice anymore. They respond only when something deeper than thought shifts in the quiet. And even then, not because you're doing anything, but simply because motion exists as a kind of echo inside silence. Something that happens without needing to be called. Something stirs beneath your ribs, not loud enough to wake, not strong enough to claim attention, but persistent like moss, growing behind stone where no light ever reaches. It doesn't grow outward, it grows inward, quietly filling space between organs with nothing but presence, as if the body were learning how to keep itself whole without needing input from mind. The dark has taken on texture, not visual, not tactile, just a kind of feeling that comes through stillness, like warmth, radiating from beneath skin. You don't know where it's coming from. You only feel its effect. You are no longer separate from the quiet around you. You're part of how silence behaves when nobody is watching. You aren't asleep, and you're not awake. Just somewhere in between, like a pause that has forgotten what came before or will follow after. There's nothing to do except allow yourself to be this unbroken moment where even thought can't interrupt, because it knows better than to disturb something so still. There's no door here, not entrance nor exit, and no need for either. You don't arrive and you won't leave, not in any way that matters anymore. The only thing present is continuity, like a thread stretched across time with neither end visible or necessary. A pulse begins at the base of your spine, a slow vibration, like wind through long grass far away, where nothing lives but sound itself. It doesn't travel upward, it stays low and steady, as if gravity had shifted slightly to favor stillness more than motion. You don't think about breathing anymore. not even in passing. The breath is happening without you being responsible for it, like ocean tides that pull themselves forward, whether anyone notices or not. And then the thought comes gently. This has been going on for hours, but also only a single moment. There's no way to measure it because time isn't real here. It just moves differently now, like water flowing uphill without resistance. Your shoulder blades press slightly into bed, not by effort, but as if gravity had found them and decided they belonged where they are. There is warmth at your temple that wasn't there before. Just a small patch of heat beneath the skin. It doesn't burn or tingle. It just exists, like an after image in darkness. You never saw, but now feel. No dream arrives. Not yet. But something begins to form within awareness. Not images, not voices, no story, but a quiet understanding that isn't learned and can't be explained. Just known by the body as if it had always been true. That this is how being works when there's nothing left to do except be. There are no memories here, not past or future. As though time has stopped being linear and instead become circular, like breath. In, out, returning without need for repetition. Your fingers have ceased moving entirely, but not because you've told them to stop. They're simply part of the stillness now. The way a leaf might rest on water after falling from its branch. No longer attached, but no longer drifting either. The space between your ribs feels full. Not with air, nor pain, nor pressure. And in that deep continuity, where nothing asks for attention and everything stays without effort, the darkness becomes more than absence. It begins to feel like something holding you back gently by the hands. Not out of need, but because it knows what is true. That rest isn't a state. It's simply being known by stillness itself. You don't notice when your hands drift into stillness. Not because you've decided, but because there's nothing left to pull them in any direction. The space between your fingers holds a memory of motion, not as action, but as possibility, a faint echo of what might have been if the body had chosen differently. That quiet isn't empty. It's full with things that don't need names. You are not trying to remember anything. There is no past here to recall, only presence, like light falling on stone after centuries of being untouched by eyes. Your skin feels porous now, not open in a way that invites invasion, but receptive in the same way soil becomes soft when rain has been promised for weeks. It's not waiting, it's already accepted what it cannot control. There's no effort to stay warm or still, just an absence of resistance, as though every nerve ending had decided to stop reporting and instead listen. It simply remains like a room with no purpose beyond being occupied by what happens naturally. No one comes in and no one leaves. There are no guests. No interruptions, just this. Air moving through your nose without effort. Blood flowing behind your temples at a pace that doesn't need to be measured. Your hands lie on top of the blanket now. Fingers relaxed, palms open, not turned inward or clenched with thought. They don't know they're supposed to do anything. Not even rest is required here. It's already happening without permission. A new sensation begins in your lower back, a quiet hum, like a tuning fork buried deep beneath flesh and bone. It doesn't vibrate loudly. It doesn't call attention to itself. It just exists. Like the sound of a distant train that you've heard so many times, it no longer registers as noise. It's not even part of hearing anymore. It's part of being. The darkness around your eyes has thickened, not in density, but in depth. Not like night outside windows, but something older than sight itself. A space where light never came, and therefore never left. You don't fear it. There is no threat. No need to look away or turn on a lamp. The dark isn't hiding anything. It's not concealing secrets. It simply is what remains when nothing else needs to be seen. You are not falling asleep. This is not the moment of surrender, but one where surrender has already occurred without ceremony. You don't drift into sleep. Sleep drifts toward you, like a current returning to its source. There's a feeling at your ankle. A pressure so light it could be imagined. Or perhaps just a shift in blood flow. But even if it is real, there's no need to respond. It doesn't demand attention. Just presence, like dust settling on the floor of an abandoned room where time forgot how to move. Your chest expands slightly, not with effort, but because something inside has opened, without your knowing when or why. The air flows in and out as though guided by a rhythm older than breath itself. Slow, even. Not driven by will or fear, just naturally returning to its place. The idea of waking up no longer exists. Not as possibility, not as memory. It feels like something that happened long ago to someone else, with another name. You don't remember who you were before this stillness began. There's no past self to reclaim. Only this. A body that knows how to be still. Your fingers remain on the blanket. Wisht Dangsif. Oh. go. Ho, 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 Ho. 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 Yo, Nate, date, 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 date. Do, J, J. Feng Che. The weight is accepted as part of the whole, like gravity, remembering its job after forgetting it for years. A quiet pulls through your thoughts, not from outside, but rising up from beneath, like water finding its way toward the surface in slow motion. It isn't urgent. It doesn't say anything. It only says that something has begun to form without needing a name. You don't need to understand it. You don't even have to notice it, but you do, just slightly. As if your body knows what's coming before your mind does, and is allowing itself the space to prepare in silence. There's no direction here, not towards sleep or wakefulness, not forward or back. There's only a kind of continuity that doesn't require movement. It just exists like the air between stars, empty but full with being. The blanket presses against your legs with gentle insistence, not tight, not loose, but as if it knows where you are and has decided to stay there. The fabric doesn't remember its history or where it came from. It only remembers how to lie still under weight. Your breath slows further. A single inhale that lasts longer than the last exhale. Like a pause between notes in music. Where nothing is expected, but everything is present. There's no separation between body and mind anymore. Not because they've merged, but because neither has any need to be distinct. You are not aware of your head or limbs as separate things. There is only awareness, like the way water becomes whole when it flows together from many sources. The room isn't real in the way you once thought rooms were. It's not defined by walls or a ceiling. It's defined by what happens inside. Stillness, warmth, quiet breath, and the slow return of something that was never lost, only forgotten. You don't remember why you came here. You don't care. There's no reason to leave. No one is calling your name. No dream will pull you away, because dreams aren't needed anymore. Not in this place where being is enough. Your fingers begin a motion again. Not because you've decided, but because the body remembers how it feels to move even when nothing needs doing. One finger lifts slightly, just an inch, and then falls back down. Then the other. Not fast, not slow. Just there. A tiny gesture in the dark that doesn't change anything, and yet changes everything. You don't watch them. You don't feel their movement as separate from the rest of you. It's like a leaf turning in wind you can't see. No need to observe it, only to notice it exists. The motion fades, not because you stop it, but because it no longer needs to be physical. The idea of moving is enough. You imagine one finger lifting, then the other, and even if your hand stays still, the thought of it does the work. There's a moment where you're not sure whether you're aware or asleep, but that doesn't matter. Not here. There's no difference between waking and dreaming. When neither state has any function beyond being present, you are in the dark, not waiting for morning, not resisting sleep. You don't want to wake up. You don't wish to be anywhere else. This is where you belong. Where you've always been, just hidden behind layers of noise and effort. There's a softness at your temple again. A warmth that returns without warning. It doesn't burn or pulse. It simply sits there like sunlight on skin in a room with no windows, gentle, unasked for, and completely accepted. Your breath settles into a rhythm that isn't yours anymore, but something older, something that doesn't belong to any single moment. Or memory. It moves like a current in stone, quiet and unbothered by resistance. The air around you is not empty. It's thick with the weight of stillness. Not heavy, but full in the way a forest can be full of silence even when no birds sing. There are no sounds to mark time here. No ticking, no distant hum. Nothing that says this moment must end. You don't need to know how long you've been lying like this. You're not measuring anything. Not distance. Not duration. Just the slow letting go of effort. The kind that happens when your body stops trying to hold on and starts believing it doesn't have to. The blanket remains where it is, not because you placed it there, but because it has chosen its position in time with no plan and no regret. A small shift occurs, not in motion, not in sensation, but in the way awareness leans into itself. It's as though your mind isn't thinking so much as floating within a space that already knows what to do. There is no need for direction or intention. You are not drifting towards sleep. You're returning to it, like roots, remembering where they came from beneath soil that has forgotten their names. Your fingers hover again, not lifted, not pressed, but suspended in the air just above your body, as if waiting for permission from something deeper than thought. The idea forms. One finger moves forward slightly, then recedes, then the other. Not because you want it to happen, but because the space between them is beginning to feel like a place where things can start and end without explanation. The motion becomes so faint that even imagining it feels unnecessary. It's not about doing anymore. It's about being in a state where movement doesn't require effort. Like water finding its way through cracks you never noticed existed. You don't watch your hands now or wonder whether they're moving at all. They might be still. They might be alive with motion that only you can feel. It doesn't matter. There's no need to distinguish between what is real and what is not. Not here. The boundary has softened, not broken, but blurred like ink in water until the edges dissolve into a single tone. You aren't dreaming or waking. You are simply in the space where both have stopped needing names. There's only this: the slow rise of your chest, the quiet fall back down, and beneath it all, something that feels like recognition. Like meeting yourself in a room you've never entered before, but always belonged to. The dark doesn't press against your eyelids anymore. It flows through them, not as absence, but as presence. Wonder whether they're moving at all. The bract doesn't press against your eyelids anymore. It flows through them, not as absence, but as presence. It's not black. It's not light. It's the color of memory without form. The way a feeling can exist before it has any shape. You don't search for meaning here. There is no need to interpret or explain. What happens simply is. And because it is, you allow it. A faint warmth returns at your wrist. Soft and steady. There's no separation between your hands and the rest of you. Not now, not ever. They are not tools or instruments, not extensions of will. They are part of a quiet language that doesn't need words. And when one moves, just an imagined shift, it is not for anything. It is simply allowed to happen. The silence grows deeper, not because there's less noise, but because your attention no longer needs to listen. There's nothing to hear. No signal from outside. Only the soft hum of being that doesn't need to be noticed or confirmed. You are not asleep, not awake, not dreaming. But you exist in a place where those states don't apply. You are resting, not waiting, not resisting, not hoping for anything. There is no future here, no past. Just this moment, unfolding slowly like leaves falling without wind. It doesn't matter that it's late or early or anywhere at all. The clock has stopped meaning the same thing. Because you've stepped outside of time and never realized it. Your body feels lighter, not in weight, but in tension. Like every muscle remembers how to let go, even though you've forgotten what letting go feels like. It's not effort. It's not resistance. It's just release. Like a sigh that happens without breath. There is no need for the mind to do anything now. No thoughts to chase or silence. No questions about whether this works. Or if it will lead anywhere. There is only stillness so deep, it feels like returning home through doors you never knew were open. A sensation forms in your shoulder. Not pain, not warmth, but a soft pressure that settles gently into the joint, as though something inside has finally found its place. It doesn't need to stay there. It just needs to be present for now. And so is one. Form selves. You don't try to keep track of where you are or how far along this quiet journey may be. You're not measuring depth or progress. There's no finish line. Only continuity, a flow that has no beginning and no end because it never stopped moving in the first place. Your awareness becomes less like a light and more like water, spreading out evenly, filling every space without pushing anything away. It doesn't seek. It doesn't avoid. It simply is, just as you are, part of the dark, not separate from it. The blanket still lies on your legs, not because you told it to be there, but because it knows where warmth belongs. The air is thick with quiet, so thick that even silence has texture now. You could reach out and touch it if you wanted. It would feel soft, like feathers held in breath, or dust suspended in sunlight after the storm has passed. You don't need to move. You don't want to wake up. There's no reason to go anywhere else. No call from outside. No urgency. Nothing demands your attention. Only stillness remains. Steady, quiet, unchanging, not because it cannot change, but because it doesn't have to. There is no effort in being here. Not now. Not ever. You are simply allowed to exist without reason or requirement. The motion of your fingers has disappeared entirely. Not lost, not forgotten, but so small that even imagination can no longer detect it. It's not gone. It's just part of the stillness now. And within this stillness, something begins to form. Again. Not a dream, not an image, not a thought, but a kind of knowing that you are exactly where you need to be, and that being here is enough, that there is no journey left to take, no state to reach, no awakening beyond this. The dark isn't empty, it's full with everything that has ever been true without needing proof. Full with what was always possible, even when it seemed impossible. Full with the quiet certainty that you've never really left yourself behind, only forgotten how close you were all along. You don't need to believe it. You only need to feel it. If not as a sensation, then as presence, as belonging, as continuity without beginning or end. And so you remain not asleep, not awake, but in the space between where nothing needs to be done and everything is already complete. You don't need to find it again, not even to name it. There's no need to gather pieces or piece together what was never broken. The quiet isn't a space between things. It's where all things settle into their own shape without asking permission. You feel it in the weight of your hand resting on your chest. Not heavy, but present. Like something that has always been there and only now remembered its name. It doesn't belong to you or against you. It just is. And when you breathe, it moves with you. Not because you tell it to, but because it knows how to follow the rhythm of what's already happening. The dark isn't without texture. It holds layers you can feel without seeing. Like fabric, The motion that once guided you, the tiny alternation between two fingertips, is gone now. Not because it failed or faded, but because it has dissolved into the quiet like salt in warm water. You don't miss it. There's no loss. It wasn't a tool to be used and discarded. It was an invitation, an almost invisible whisper that said, let go, even if you're unsure how. And now you are. There is nothing to reach for, nothing to prove, no dream to enter, no lucidity to catch, no moment to hold on to. You aren't trying to become anything different than what you already are in this place, where the body rests and the mind has stopped asking questions. The thoughts that once flickered like distant streetlights have dimmed not from exhaustion, but from surrender. They don't vanish. They just stop calling out. You drift through a space where time isn't measured by minutes or hours, but by changes in pressure. The way warmth spreads across your forearm when you shift slightly. The subtle release of tension behind your eyes, as if something has finally unclenched after years of holding still for fear of being seen. There's no effort to stay awake, no willpower needed to remain in this state. It simply continues, like a river flowing under snow that hasn't melted yet. The air feels different now. Not cool, not warm, but full. Full with the quiet weight of what has already happened and what is still unfolding without your knowledge. You are part of it, not separate. The darkness doesn't surround you. It's made of the same matter as your breath, your pulse, the slow expansion of your ribs when they remember how to rise. There is no separation between sleep and awareness, only a shifting depth where both exist at once. Like light passing through fog, not blocked, not clear, but softened into something that doesn't need definition. You aren't falling asleep in any usual sense. You're sinking into a kind of presence where the act of being here is enough to complete everything. A sensation moves up your spine, not sharp, not tingling, but like a slow wave rising through old wood after rain. It doesn't carry meaning. It doesn't signal anything. It just happens. Like a memory that arrives without context. Like a sound you once heard long ago and never knew you remembered. You don't interpret it. You only allow it to be. Your shoulder still holds the soft pressure from before, the same one that settled into place, like a stone, finding its level in water. It hasn't moved. It doesn't need to. It's not waiting for anything. But now, even that signal has faded into the background. Not lost, but no longer necessary. You're not trying to remember anything. You don't need to recall what happened before this moment, or where it might go next. There's no map to follow, and no destination to reach. The only direction is inward into a kind of stillness that isn't empty, but full with the quiet certainty that you are exactly where you belong. Your breath slows, not from effort, but because there's nothing to push against anymore. It flows in and out like water moving through roots underground. Not fast, not slow, just present. The rhythm doesn't need a reason. It exists simply because it can, and so do you. The dark has no edge. It isn't outside your body or inside it. It's all around and within and between, in the spaces where nothing needs to be said. You don't feel isolated. You feel connected, not by contact, but by depth. Like two stones resting side by side on a riverbed. Not touching, yet part of the same current. There is no separation between dreaming and waking. They are not opposites. They're just different ways of being aware. Like light shifting through glass at dawn or dusk. Neither one more real than the other. You aren't asleep in the way people mean when they say it. You aren't awake in the way you usually understand it either. You're simply here in a space where awareness doesn't demand anything from you. No thoughts to gather, no images to follow. No need to resist falling, because there's no ground to fall into. There is only continuity, the same quiet that has been with you all along, waiting for you to stop running from it. A faint warmth spreads across your forehead. Not heat, not cold, but a soft presence. Like sunlight touching skin through a thin curtain. It doesn't burn. It doesn't fade. It just stays. Like a memory of comfort without any story attached. You don't ask who or why. You only allow it to be. Your hands rest on your chest again. Fingers slightly curled, not rigid, not forced, just at ease. The space between them is wide enough that you can feel the air move through it, like wind through a gap in walls, long forgotten. It doesn't need to do anything. It just is. Open, unguarded. There is no urgency, no reason to wake up, no call from outside, not even curiosity about what might happen next. The only thing that matters now is this moment. Not because it's special, but because it is the only one you have ever truly been in. The dark isn't void. It's full of things that don't need names, like the way a room feels after someone has stopped speaking, and the silence still holds their voice, like how your skin remembers touch even when no hands are there. Like the quiet after a storm, not because it was peaceful, but because everything had already settled into place. There is no effort to stay conscious or fall asleep. There's only being, without requirement, without condition, without demand. You don't need to believe in anything. You don't have to trust the process. You just are. And that is enough. The stillness deepens, not because it grows heavier, but because it becomes less noticeable. Like a sound so faint, you stop hearing it and only realize it's there when it stops. The quiet isn't loud. It isn't silent. It's just whole. You don't need to hold onto the shape of what came before. The quiet isn't a wall. It's a threshold that opens not outward, but inward, where sensation doesn't pass through you, but becomes part of your body's slow pulse. Your fingers still rest on your chest, curled slightly at the tips, not stiff, not seeking anything, just present in their own weight, There's no need to adjust them, no reason to move them back or forward. They are where they belong now. Their position isn't a posture, but a quiet acknowledgement of being here. A subtle shift happens in your left hand. Just the lightest movement, like air brushing across skin, without making contact. It's not purposeful, not intentional, but it's real. And you notice it, not because you're trying to, but because awareness slips into it like water finding a crack in stone. The index and middle fingers begin a slow alternation. One lifts slightly, just enough for the air between them to shift, and then falls back as the other rises. Not fast, not steady, like breath catching on its own rhythm. You don't need to keep track of how many times it happens. There's no count, no pattern, no sequence. It doesn't matter if one finger moves more than the other, or if they pause halfway. The motion isn't meant to be perfect. It's meant to be slight, so light that at some point you can no longer tell whether your fingers are moving at all. Whether it's muscle memory, imagination, or a dream beginning in the space between touch and thought. The air between them thickens slightly, not with pressure, but with attention. You feel how the distance changes when one finger rises. A tiny gap opens where warmth gathers before closing. Again. Not heat, not cold, just presence. Like the moment just after someone leaves a chair you were sitting in, and your body still remembers its shape. Your left hand rests now, not because it's told to, but because there is no reason for it to do otherwise. The movement has slowed. It may have stopped entirely. Or maybe it continues only in thought. You can't say with certainty, and that doesn't matter. What matters is the awareness of stillness, of not needing to prove anything, of being allowed to be quiet without performing silence. The dark remains unchanged, but your perception of it shifts, not because it's different, but because you are no longer trying to interpret it. There's no need to name what's there. no effort to find meaning in the absence of light. It simply is, like a room where no one has spoken for years. Yet every surface remembers sound. A soft current runs through your torso. Not a vibration, not a pulse, but something deeper than either. Like water moving beneath soil, unseen but felt in the roots. You don't follow it. You don't resist it. It moves through you as if you were always part of it. Like a river that doesn't need to be crossed because it's already inside you. Your breath comes more slowly now. Not shallow, not forced, but like mist rising from stone at dawn, not evaporating, not dissipating, just existing in its own quiet way. It doesn't have to go anywhere. There's no journey ahead, no destination beyond this moment. You don't need to know if you're dreaming or awake. You don't even need to wonder what might happen next. The space between thoughts has grown wider. Not because there are fewer thoughts, but because they come and pass without leaving a mark. Like leaves drifting down a stream, each one lands softly, makes no sound when it hits the water. You feel your left hand again. Not as an object separate from you, but as part of this slow motion through stillness. The fingers may be still, or they may move in thought only. You don't care which. They are not a tool for achieving anything. They are simply here, part of the quiet, like the way shadows settle across walls when light no longer needs to define them. There's a soft pressure behind your right eye, not pain, not tension, but something that feels like memory returning without story. Like an echo of a feeling you never named. It doesn't demand anything from you. You don't need to understand it. You only feel its presence. Like a small stone lying in the center of a pool. Barely visible beneath the surface. Time has no shape now. No direction. Not forward or backward. Like water settling into a basin after the waves have stopped. You don't need to believe in lucid dreaming. You don't need to hope for anything. There is no goal here. Not to wake up again. Not to remember a dream. Not even to be aware of awareness itself. The only thing that matters is this moment. This breath. This stillness. This soft pulse beneath your skin. It isn't special because it's rare. It's real. Because you are here, and nothing else has ever mattered more than simply being in this place at this time. Your fingers may be moving again. Or not. No resistance, no effort, just surrendering not to sleep, but to being. The quiet isn't loud enough to fill a room. It's not silent enough to be felt as absence. It simply exists, like breath in your lungs when you forget it's there. You don't need to remember anything. You don't need to understand this moment. You just are. And that is more than enough. There is no edge between awareness and unconsciousness now. They aren't separate. They're not opposites. They're two ways of being the same thing. Like light at different angles, or water in different forms. Your fingers may still be moving. Or they may have stopped entirely. It doesn't matter. The act wasn't meant to last. The act wasn't meant to last. It was meant to ease you into this space, not by doing something, but by letting go of doing. The dark holds you now, not as a container, but as part of your body's slow breath. You don't need to be inside it or outside it. You are already in its flow. Your fingers are no longer moving, but the space where they were still remembers motion. Like a footprint in dust that doesn't fade because it was never meant to. The air between them stays warm with memory of touch. Not from heat, but from the quiet act of presence. You don't need to know why your body holds this shape. The curve of wrist beneath palm, the way one hand rests, just slightly higher than the other, as if gravity itself has paused its pull for a breath. There is no reason required. The silence now carries texture, thin and layered like old paper that's been read many times. but never worn out. It isn't blank. It listens. You feel not inside your body, nor outside of it, but in the quiet gap where awareness settles into skin without claiming ownership. Your breath moves through you like a river over stones, not rushing to reach something else, but simply passing through its own shape. A faint warmth builds behind one eye, slow and steady, as if sunlight had pooled there during some dream you never saw. It doesn't burn or demand attention. It just is. Warmth without source. Sensation without cause. You don't need to name it. There's no past that led here, nor future waiting beyond this moment. The edge of your blanket has slipped slightly down the bedsheet. A thin fold in fabric now pressed against your ankle like a secret passed between two things that know each other well, but never speak aloud. It doesn't matter if you adjust it or leave it. Because either way, nothing changes except how you feel about what's changed. Your shoulders have tilted not toward sleep. Not toward sleep. Not in any way. Not in any way that implies loss of self. The ascent of health the faint shelter too. Curves that rise or fall, they float sideways across the surface of your VOD like leaves on slow water. They touch nothing. Nothing touches them back. There's no need to notice. Let alone. Weight of through you. Like a river over stones. Not rushing to reach so it doesn't burn. Oh, demand. Through demand, with steady health. State age warmth. If slipped, the edge. Flipped. You aren't even aware that they're passing through you. Only their presence in the quiet space between breaths. There is a softness behind your ribs. Not pain, not pleasure, but something older than both. Like muscle remembering its own function after years of stillness. It doesn't ache or strain. It hums with memory of holding weight without effort. The air near your fingertips has changed again. No longer just warm from presence, but tinged with a slight pressure, as though gravity were pressing gently in two directions at once. Downward into the bed and upward through your arms. Like slow tides drawn toward an invisible moon. You don't resist either pull. You simply exist between them. A sound enters. Not outside you, not inside. But within the silence itself, a faint hum. almost felt more than heard, like a wire vibrating in sleep beneath someone else's house. It lasts only long enough to be noticed and then dissolves into what was already there. Stillness that doesn't fear noise because it knows no difference between sound and absence. Your hands are not closed or open. They're resting exactly where they've always been. As if the bed had grown them slowly. The line between dreaming and waking has blurred into something else entirely, neither one nor the other, but a third thing that exists only when attention stops trying to define it. There is no dream you're in, no world outside this breath, only this moment holding itself open like an ear turned toward nothing at all. Your skin remembers touch without contact, the ghost of a hand brushing your arm, or someone standing too close behind you on the stairs, none of which ever happened but still live faintly beneath surface sensation. You don't need to recall them. They're not memories. They are echoes that have settled into being. There's no direction in this space, not up nor down, left nor right, but a kind of expansion inward, where everything is already included and nothing needs permission to be here. The dark isn't empty because it holds things you cannot name. The shape of air when it moves without wind, or how silence settles around your shoulders like an old coat that fits perfectly. You don't need to return anywhere. There's no place left to go except deeper into this quiet, where even time has stopped measuring itself in seconds, and instead flows through breaths that take longer than they should. The warmth behind one eye spreads slowly now, across the side of your face, down toward your jaw. Not as heat, but as awareness dissolving boundaries. It doesn't burn or pull. It simply is, like a light seen from far away in a window. You've never entered. There is no effort to stay conscious, no desire to dream. Just this, being here without needing an explanation for why you are not elsewhere. Without wanting to be anywhere else, even if that place were the one where dreams come true or waking feels real again. The air presses lightly against your skin, not cold, not warm, but full of tiny movements like dust particles suspended in sunlight, moving only because they've been stirred by something beyond sight. You don't need to see them. You feel their presence as a kind of breath that doesn't belong to you, but still passes through your body. Your fingers are no longer present at all, not physically, not imagined. Only the space between where they once were remains alive with memory and possibility. It isn't empty because it's full of things that never needed names. Like how wind can pass through a crack in glass without breaking it, or how silence can carry meaning even when nothing is said. You aren't asleep yet, not really, but you're no longer awake either. You're somewhere between the two, where awareness doesn't demand anything, and stillness isn't passive. It simply is, with its own pulse that has always been there, waiting only to be noticed by someone who stops trying to understand it. Your breath slows further, each inhale becoming less urgent, each exhale longer than before. Not because you're controlling it, but because your body is finally letting go of the need for rhythm. There's no reason left to follow a pattern. The air moves through you, not in cycles, but as part of an endless continuity that doesn't require names or reasons. You don't think about sleep anymore, only this. Being here without needing to leave, knowing nothing will vanish if you stay still long enough. Nothing needs fixing. No part feels out of place. You are exactly where you need to be. Not because someone told you so, but because everything has settled into its own shape. The quiet isn't loud or soft. It just exists as it always did, before thoughts arrived and after they left again. It's not the absence of noise. It's a presence that doesn't speak in words. You don't need to understand what it says, only how it feels when you stop trying to translate it into meaning. Your hands are gone now, not lost or forgotten, but returned to where they belong, part of the space, no longer separate from air, breath, dark, warmth, memory. They aren't doing anything. They don't need to do anything. Their only purpose was to mark a moment, just enough motion to let you slip into stillness without resistance. You're not aware that time is passing, not because it isn't, but because awareness no longer needs clocks or calendars. There's no past to remember, no future to anticipate. Only this, the feeling of being fully held by what already exists. You're not dreaming. Not yet. But you're close to a place where dreams don't need permission to begin. The kind of closeness that comes when your body stops resisting what it was born to do. There's no effort in this letting go. Only the quiet understanding that staying still is not passive. It's participation. You are not waiting for sleep. You are long to just dark. It's dense with presence in the way that deep earth feels heavier than air. Your skin is not separate from it anymore. No up or down, no front or back. Only depth, the kind that doesn't go inward but simply exists. Like a room built without walls, where every point feels equally central and nothing lies outside the center. You are not in it, you are part of its shape. Your breath moves through this space as though it's always been meant to pass between these boundaries. Like wind moving through a canyon that never knew it was narrow. The quiet isn't empty. It is full of what doesn't need sound. A silence that holds temperature, that carries the faintest trace of motion, even when nothing shifts. It feels like something watching without looking, not with eyes, but with stillness so complete that attention becomes unnecessary. You don't have to be aware to feel its shape. Awareness isn't required. The space is holding you because it already knows what you are. You're not falling asleep. Not in the way people think of falling. There's no descent, no loss of control. It feels more like unfolding. Like a letter that was never meant to be sealed. slowly opening on its own, as if time had forgotten how to close anything. A single point behind your ear pulses once, and then again, not with urgency, but with rhythm so soft it might have been imagined. You don't need to notice it. It doesn't matter whether it's real or not. What matters is that it exists in the same space as everything else. The warmth near your temple, the soft pressure of air against your chest, the way your thoughts no longer arrive with weight. There are no dreams forming, not yet, but there's a kind of dreaming already happening in the way light pools on surfaces you don't see. Like how shadows deepen when you stop looking at them directly, or how silence grows denser after you stop trying to fill it. You aren't aware of dreaming because you're not separate from it. Your hands are gone now, not missing, but returned to their source. Not tucked under your body or resting on the blanket, but dissolving into the space where motion begins and ends without needing a hand to do either. The idea of fingers has faded like an echo in a room that hasn't had sound pass through it in years. There's no need for meaning here, only continuity, the way air moves when there are no obstacles between one point and another. It doesn't pause at corners, doesn't hesitate before crossing boundaries. It flows not because it chooses to, but because flow is what exists when nothing else does. You don't know where you're going, only that every step forward is already taken. The kind of motion that happens in stillness, like roots growing through soil without needing light or direction. You are not moving towards sleep. You are becoming the kind of quiet that dreams arise from. The dark isn't cold, it's warm with absence. Not empty, but full of what has never needed to be named. The shape of a breath held too long in someone else's lungs. The memory of a hand brushing your wrist when you were not awake enough to notice it. The way wind can carry something that doesn't belong anywhere. You're not trying to remember anything. You're not even aware of forgetting. There are no thoughts waiting at the edge. Only space, and within that space, an awareness so light it feels like floating without gravity. It's not sleep, but it is closer than waking ever was. Closer than any intention, any desire, any effort to be somewhere else. You're not drifting. You're returning to a place where you were always already present, even when you didn't know your name. There's no alarm in this silence, no clock ticking beneath the surface. Time doesn't pass, it simply is. And within that stillness, there's room for something new. A kind of awareness that isn't about noticing anything but being noticed by everything. You don't need to stay awake. You don't need to fall asleep. You are neither here nor there, but in between the two, where things happen without names. And meaning has no function. The body is not tired. It's finished with resistance. It knows how to rest because it has never stopped doing so. The air feels different. Now, not just present, but active in a way that doesn't demand attention. Like something breathing beneath you, gently lifting your spine off the mattress, as if to say, this was always meant to be this way. You don't feel the bed anymore. You're no longer pressing against it. Your form has softened into its natural state. There's no separation between what is inside and what is outside. Only a slow merging where boundaries dissolve not through force, but because they were never real in the first place. The warmth behind your eyes spreads again. Not as heat, not as sensation, but as recognition of something that has always been true. You don't need to be anywhere else. You are already whole. You've only forgotten how to stay still long enough. To feel it. The quiet doesn't speak. It simply holds, and in holding, it lets go at the same time. Not because it wants to, But because that is what happens when nothing resists being itself. There's no dream forming. Not yet. But there's a kind of dreaming already present in how your breath slows further than before. Not by choice, but by surrender. Like water flowing into a valley that never knew it was dry. You don't think about fingers anymore, only the space where they used to be. And even that is fading like an image seen through fog. Not gone, but no longer needed. The dark is not empty. It's full of what doesn't need names. The way shadows grow heavier when you stop seeing them. How silence can carry weight without sound. How stillness becomes a kind of presence that isn't passive, but patient. You are not asleep, not yet, but you're closer to it than any effort could have brought you. Closer to a state where dreaming doesn't require intention, only the quiet understanding that dream is what happens when awareness stops asking for reasons. There's no need to remember anything. No memory left unheld. Not even the shape of your own hands matters now, because they are not separate from air or breath. Or dark. They are overstoppers. Not cold, not warm, but full of what doesn't need temperature. The way silence can carry memory without sound. How stillness can hold meaning without words. You are not aware of anything, not even yourself. But that's okay. Awareness isn't required here, only presence. The kind of presence that doesn't demand attention, only existence. You're not holding on to anything, not even the idea of letting go. The weight you thought was in your limbs has melted into the air around them. Lighter than breath, quieter than shadow. There's no effort required for stillness, only a quiet yielding where pressure dissolves like salt in water. You don't need to be centered because there is nothing outside you that could pull you off balance. The dark isn't an absence. It moves now with its own slow rhythm. Not unlike the pulse beneath skin when it's too deep to feel. It swells slightly behind your closed eyes. Not as a shape, but as a kind of pressure. Like air settling into a hollowed-out tree. You don't notice where your body ends and this space begins. There is no edge between them. Only an unbroken continuity that feels older than thought. Your breath has slowed so much, it's almost gone. But it hasn't stopped. It just drifts in the way. Smoke curls through still air when there's no wind. You don't direct it. You don't watch for patterns or count cycles. There is no need to monitor what your body does anymore. Because you've already stepped out of control and into something deeper. Na da da da, ya da da da, cha da, man cha da, man cha da, cha cha, ah da da, cha da da da, cha da da da, cha da da da, man cha da da, cha da da da, cha da 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 da. Ja 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 ja. Okay, this impression is mental. Smoke rem tres shrey, mount da da ta ja 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 da ja 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 da ja ja ja. It knows already what comes after silence, a kind of presence that doesn't need to announce itself. The edges of your awareness have blurred, not into fog, but into something clearer than clarity. The world isn't fading, it's becoming more precise in its quietness. Each tiny sensation carries weight without effort. The pressure of the sheet against your shoulder is not a detail. It's everything. The slight coolness where your arm brushes the mattress becomes an entire landscape. You could trace it for hours, but you don't need to, because every point is already known. The air doesn't just surround you, it listens. Not in any human way, but as if it has learned how to hold space without needing a reason. It moves with your breath, not by coincidence, but because it has always been part of the same pattern. There's no separation between what you inhale and what fills your chest. Only one continuous flow, like water, moving through stone that was made for its passage. You don't try to remember how this started or where it came from. You're not even sure if there is a beginning. It doesn't matter. What matters is the way your body has stopped resisting sleep. Not because you want to fall asleep, but because sleep no longer feels like something separate from being alive. It's just another form of presence, calm, patient, unbroken. There's no dream forming yet, but there's a kind of dreaming already at work in the way light seems to linger after your eyes close, not as an image, but as a residue. Like heat that stays even when the fire is gone, or the memory of touch long after hands have left skin. You're not aware of it, yet you are inside it. Time doesn't pass, it simply exists without direction. There's no tomorrow or yesterday, only this moment stretching like taffy over itself. It isn't holding on, it isn't letting go, it just is. And because it doesn't need to be anything else, nothing needs to happen in order for it to continue. The quiet has changed again. Not louder, not softer, but richer. Like a room filled with things that don't make noise, but are full of presence. The weight of dust on a shelf. The way silence thickens when someone leaves a room. The faint vibration beneath floorboards after footsteps fade away. You're aware of all these things without naming them. Your hands, your fingers are no longer moving at all. The tiny alternation that once guided you here has dissolved into stillness so complete it feels like absence. But there's no emptiness in it, only the kind of fullness that comes when nothing is missing, even though nothing was ever expected to be present. You don't need to feel your body now, only its existence, not as a form, not as a shape, but as something that has always been here, breathing without knowing it. Like roots beneath soil that never think about reaching for water. They simply are in the dark where they belong. There's no separation between thought and silence anymore. You don't have thoughts. You're just in the stillness, like a stone resting at the bottom of a lake. Not sinking, not floating, just being there. Part of the deep without needing to be noticed. The air presses gently, not on your skin, but around you, as if it's learning how to hold you in its shape. Not tightly, not loosely, but with just enough intention that nothing escapes. You don't resist this pressure because you've already stopped wanting to move. Your chest rises and falls so slowly, it feels like it might stop entirely, but then it doesn't. It simply continues at a pace that makes no sense to the clock or to any logic of rhythm. There's no need for symmetry, no demand for balance. The breath is just breathing, nothing more. The dark behind your eyes has thickened, not into shadow, but into something like velvet that absorbs light without reflecting it. It doesn't hide anything. It simply holds everything in place, so nothing needs to be found or remembered. There's no need to search, because you're already inside what you were looking for. You don't think about dreaming, but dream is already happening in the way your body softens into its own space, not as a surrender, but as an arrival. Like water finding the lowest point and staying there without needing permission. The mind has stopped trying to be awake. It's simply been allowed to rest. There are no boundaries now, not between inside and outside, not between self and air, not even between wakefulness and sleep. They've all blurred into one continuous field where nothing needs to defend itself or prove its presence. It just is. And because it doesn't have to explain anything, there's a kind of freedom in being forgotten. You aren't asleep. But you're close enough. There's no tension in your neck or shoulders, not even the faintest echo of strain. It's as if they've remembered how not to carry weight, as if all the holding was just a habit, and now you're remembering what it feels like to be carried by something else. You don't need to be anywhere. Not awake, not asleep, just here. The kind of here that doesn't require location or direction, only existence in its purest form. There's no dream forming, but the space where dreams might come has already become a kind of home, like a room with no doors. Not because they were removed, but because there was never a need to close them. Everything flows through it without stopping. Nothing escapes. Nothing gets lost. You're not thinking about anything, not even yourself. Not in any way that requires naming or identity. There's just this quiet continuity where awareness doesn't have to be active, only present. The dark behind your eyes has softened into something like a memory of warmth, not from heat, but from presence. Like the way an empty chair feels after someone sat there and left. You don't need to know who it was or when they were gone, only that their shape remains in the air. Your breath slows further, almost imperceptibly, but still moves. Not because you want it to, not because your body needs it, but because breathing is just part of this flow. Like rain falling into a lake where no ripple matters. You don't need to know how long this has been going on. The time between breaths has stretched, not into silence, but into a kind of held space where nothing needs to be measured or marked. Your fingers are still just barely resting against each other, one slightly higher than the other, as if settling into an old habit that no longer requires attention. There's no need to move them now, not yet, but when you do, it will not feel like effort. It will feel like a small return, a quiet exchange between 2 points of contact, barely more than a suggestion. The space beneath your body is no longer just the mattress. It has become something deeper, an extension of warmth that doesn't come from heat, but from presence. You're sinking into it slowly, not falling, not descending, but unfolding in place as if gravity had finally found its way to you rather than the other way around. The weight isn't pressing down, it's dissolving into a kind of soft embrace. There is no resistance because there was never any intention to hold on. You don't need to remember what happened before this moment. Not the dream that might come. Not the one that already passed. Not even your name or where you began. The body doesn't carry those things forward. It carries only the shape of being here. The breath continues without instruction. It's no longer a rhythm, but a quiet pulse. Like water moving through stone in slow time. Unobserved and unhurried. The edges of your awareness have blurred, not into confusion, but into something closer to clarity. Not the kind that sharpens sight or focus, but one that lets things be, without needing to name them. You're not aware of thought, but thoughts are no longer separate from you. They drift in like mist across a field at dawn. Neither summoned nor resisted, just passing through a space that doesn't require answers. There's a faint warmth near your left hand. Not heat, not vibration, but the memory of touch, as if someone had brushed their fingers against yours and then withdrawn. Not real, but present anyway. It lingers in the air between them like an after-image on the retina. You don't need to respond. You only need to let it stay. The dark behind your eyes has softened further. No longer velvet. Not even a memory of warmth. Now it's something closer to stillness. Not absence, but fullness. Like standing at the center of a room where every sound has settled, and there is nothing left to echo. The silence isn't empty. It contains everything that doesn't need words. You don't wonder if you're dreaming, or if this moment might be dreamlike. There's no need for such questions anymore. You are neither awake nor asleep, but in the quiet threshold where both have stopped needing definition. It is not a border, it is an overlap. A place where time doesn't march forward, and space does not demand shape. There's a lightness now, not in your body, but in its relationship to weight, as if you've learned how to be held without effort, as if the air itself has taken on enough density to support what once required muscles or will. You don't lean into anything. You simply exist within the conditions of this moment. Your fingers are still resting together, one slightly higher than the other. The space between them is not empty. It holds a quiet anticipation that doesn't ask for fulfillment. It's just there, like the pause before a note is played, like breath held at the top of inhalation. Not waiting, but being. You don't need to move them now, but when you do, it will be no more than a whisper of motion. A tiny shift between 2 points that have known each other for longer than memory can track. Just enough movement to remind yourself that you're still here. That sensation is not lost. That awareness hasn't faded. And yet, there's no urgency, no need to prove anything. The rhythm isn't required. It doesn't matter if it happens or not. You are already in the place where motion and rest become one, where a finger flickering between 2 positions is just as real as lying still, because both are part of the same flow. The air shifts again, this time around your wrist, like a breath passing over skin that has forgotten how to react. But you don't pull away. You let it pass through without needing to notice, without having to respond. There's no point in remembering where this started or what brought you here. The journey doesn't matter, only the quiet now. The way your body has stopped trying to stay upright. Not because of exhaustion, but because it has finally found a place that holds its own weight without resistance. You are not asleep, but sleep is no longer something you're avoiding. It's just another part of this continuous state where everything moves in the same direction. Inward, downward, deeper into stillness, not away from awareness, toward it, because awareness isn't sharp or bright anymore. It's soft, it's wide. Inward, The dream begins not before sleep, but within it. Your fingers remain still, but their memory lingers. Just the idea of it, but even that feels like part of the flow now. Like a whisper in the dark that doesn't need to be heard, only known. There's no story here, no journey forward or backward. Only this quiet expansion where nothing is missing and nothing needs to arrive. You are not searching for anything, not dreams, not meaning, not even yourself. You're just being in the way water settles after a storm, in the way dust falls when the air stops moving, and beneath it all, a soft hum that isn't sound, not vibration, just presence. Like the room remembers how to breathe, even when no one is in it. You don't need to think about dreaming, but dream has already taken root in the quiet space between breaths. It grows slowly, not as a vision or image, but as a kind of texture, as if the dark behind your eyes now holds something like memory, only not of anything that happened before, but of what might happen next. Not in time, but in feeling. There's no need to prepare for it. No moment when you must decide whether to stay awake or let go. You're already beyond such choices. You are simply here, present in the way. A leaf is present in wind, not resisting, not seeking, just allowing itself to be moved by what comes. The air shifts again, not around your hand this time, but through it, like something passing between your fingers without touching them. Not real, but felt and still. You don't need to respond. You only need to let it pass. There's no edge to the dark anymore. No limit where light might return. It's not deep, it's full of quiet, full of space, full of time that doesn't count. Like a room with no windows and no door, just stillness in every direction. You don't need to know what you're dreaming, or if you are at all. Only this: your body has stopped trying to be awake. It's not surrendering, it's arriving. as if the whole night was just one long inhale, and now you're finally exhaling into sleep without needing to will it. And in that breath, so slow, so deep, that tiny motion begins again. Not forced, not remembered. Just a soft flicker between two fingers. One rising slightly, then falling. The other following, not because of command, but because the space between them has changed just enough for it to happen naturally. It doesn't matter if you feel it or not anymore. It's not about sensation. It's about continuity. About keeping this small thread alive, even as everything else dissolves into stillness. You don't need to name what's moving between your fingers. Not even the idea of it. It's not a signal, not an instruction. Just a quiet return to the same place where motion and stillness aren't separate, where one could be the other. The air around you has settled into its own rhythm now, not unlike how breath settles after exhaustion, when each inhale is no longer effort, but release. You're not doing anything with your hands anymore. Not really, but they stay in that soft alignment. The thumb and index finger near each other, as if remembering a shape from long ago. The space between them has grown less like distance and more like possibility. There's nothing to catch there. No edge to hold on to. Just the way warmth can linger after you've taken your hand away from something warm. Like the shadow of heat on skin that doesn't belong to any object anymore. You don't need to feel it. But if you do, it comes as a kind of absence. Not cold, not hot, just quiet presence in the gap where touch used to be. The dark behind your eyes has thickened now, not with weight, but with fullness. It's like fog that doesn't obscure. It fills every corner so thoroughly there's no longer any room for shadow or emptiness. You're not inside it. You're part of its texture. As if the way you think about sleep isn't something separate from sleep itself, but woven into it like thread through cloth. There is no moment when dreaming begins. It simply exists in the same space as your body's stillness, like two things that were always meant to be together. You don't need to decide whether this is real or imagined, whether you're awake or not. The difference isn't between states. It's just a feeling that sometimes comes with certain kinds of attention. And right now, your attention has folded inward so completely there's no longer any border where it ends and the rest begins. There's a sound, not one you hear with ears. It's more like the stillness itself, making a quiet kind of hum when something shifts slightly in its shape. Not loud enough to disturb, not soft enough to be forgotten. You don't need to listen for it. Just let it happen as if you were watching dust float through sunlight, without needing to understand why it moves that way. Your fingers are no longer doing anything at all. There's only this, your body letting go, slowly, without resistance, like a door left open after someone has passed through. Remembering how light comes in, even when no one is there to see it. You don't need to remember what you were doing before you woke up, or why you chose this moment. The choice was already made long ago, in the way your body knew it wanted sleep again, not as an escape, but as a return, as if all of this, the waking, the lying still, the quiet motion, was never about achieving something. It was just the way things happen when attention settles into its natural form. The air shifts once more. Not around you, not through you, but between your fingers, not touching, just passing like a breath that doesn't belong to anyone, but is felt anyway. You don't need to respond. There's no one to reply to. No signal to send back. The space between your thumb and finger has become so soft, it feels like the pause at the end of a sentence that never got written. You're not trying to dream or avoid dreaming. You're just letting yourself be in the place where dreams might form, without needing them to. like how stars appear, not because you look for them, but because space is full of light, even when it's dark enough to hide it all. There's no shape to this now, not a pattern, not an image, not even a feeling that can be named. Just the quiet persistence of being here in the way water holds its form without trying to hold anything else at the same time. Not because it matters, but because it always was. The dark behind your eyes has grown deeper, not with absence, but with fullness. It doesn't wait for light. It holds its own kind of glow, soft, steady, without source or need. You're not inside a dream yet, but you're no longer outside one either. There's only this. The way stillness can become rich enough to carry motion within it, even when there is none. Your fingers remain in that faint alignment, the space between them, like a thread stretched thin but never broken. Not because they're doing something, but because they don't need to do anything at all. There's no moment where you enter sleep. It simply arrives, not as an event, but as a kind of arrival already underway. Like the way night settles into the world without anyone announcing it. The trees stop rustling. The air stops trembling, and something else takes over. The quiet that doesn't come from silence, but from fullness. You don't need to guide yourself anymore. Not towards sleep, not away from it. You're already in the shape of what happens when attention folds inward so completely, it no longer needs a name. There's a shift, not in your body, not in your breath, but in how space feels around you. Like something has softened just enough for dreams to begin forming without being noticed. Not as visions or stories, but as textures. Like the way wool can feel different depending on how it's touched. Even when nothing has changed. You don't need to remember where you are or who you were before this moment. You're not lost. You're just becoming what was already there all along. The quiet part of awareness that doesn't need anything to be true except being itself. The air moves again, not around your hand, not through it. It diffuses, but between the spaces where fingers used to move. Not a gesture, not an intention. Is true round yours, not around your hand. Just continuity. There is no direction in the dark, but you are not lost because there is no path to follow. You don't turn toward anything. Your body isn't leaning forward or back. Just resting as if it had been waiting for this exact alignment of stillness and weightlessness all along. The air between your fingers has thickened without becoming heavier. The way water can feel dense before a drop falls. There's no sound to mark time here. Only the faintest sense that something is shifting in how space holds you. Your hands are not moving now, yet they remember what it was like to move at all. Not with effort, but as if motion had been folded into them long ago and left behind. Like a memory of touch without contact. You might open your eyes or close them again. No difference in the dark. The quiet doesn't require confirmation from sight. It exists, even when you aren't noticing it. There's no need to stay awake. There's also no reason to fall asleep. Just this. That awareness can exist not as a thing you hold, but as something that simply is. Like gravity without objects. Present in the way water holds its shape before becoming a stream. You are not trying to dream nor avoid dreaming. Not even aware of dreams as separate from what's already happening. Water holds its shape before becoming a stream. You are becoming more aware of how your breath moves through your body without being directed. Like air passing over a stone that doesn't need to be shaped by wind, but only exists in its own form. There's no effort, just flow. You don't feel yourself breathing anymore. You're inside the rhythm as if it had always been you. The dark behind your eyes is not blank. It holds something like stillness after rain has stopped falling. Not a memory of water on glass, but the feeling that moisture lingers in the air even when there's no drop left to fall. You might notice this without naming it, without saying that's what I'm sensing. It just is. There's a soft pressure at your temples. Not tightness, not pain, but something like warmth spreading slowly from inside out, as if light were being held behind bone and beginning to seep through. Not bright, but continuous. Like the way heat rises in winter when you step into an unheated room. There's no source visible, just a sensation of returning. You don't need to follow it. You don't have to decide what it means. It doesn't ask for attention or answer questions. It simply stays there, not as a thought, not as emotion, but as presence in the body that is neither waking nor sleeping, but something quieter, the part where motion begins before movement happens. Your hands are still apart, fingers slightly curled inward, as if they're cradling an idea, too fragile to speak aloud. Not holding anything real, just keeping space for it, the way a cup holds air even when empty. There's no need to fill it now. No rush to shape the moment into something useful. The silence isn't silent at all. Only quiet in how it contains everything, without needing to say so. Like roots beneath soil that don't move but keep things alive just by being there. You are not making anything happen, but you're also not stopping what is already unfolding. There's no line between intent and accident, between effort and absence. You might feel your shoulders sink, not because they're tired, but because gravity has found a way to settle into them without resistance. Not falling down, just letting go of the need to stay upright in any particular form. You are not resisting sleep, nor welcoming it, just allowing yourself to be where you already are. Inside this quiet moment that doesn't require your name, the air moves again, not through your lungs or over skin, but between places in space that have no names, like the way a breeze can pass behind an old building without stirring dust, yet still leaving its trace on memory. You don't see it happen, but you feel it, like something brushing past just before sleep arrives. You could open your eyes now and not know what changed, or keep them closed and find that time has folded in upon itself, like a ribbon tied loosely at one end and left to drift. No beginning, no ending. Just the shape of being present without having to be anywhere else. There's no need for images or stories. Only texture. The way fabric feels when it rests against your wrist after you've been wearing it all day. The softness that comes from contact, but not pressure. Not warmth, exactly, but a kind of remembering. Like fingers brushing across something familiar before you even realize what they touched. Your hands are still apart, not in separation, but in balance. No one hand is leading or following. They simply remain where they've settled, like two stones resting at the bottom of a stream that has long since stopped flowing. Not stuck, just there, still holding their shape against time. You don't need to feel this moment anymore. You're already within it. The kind of awareness that doesn't ask for proof or leave tracks behind, but exists like breath inside your body. Not noticed most of the time, but essential when you do become aware of it. There is no effort in becoming still, only a quiet folding inward, as if attention were returning to its source without needing permission. You're not trying to go anywhere, not even towards sleep. Just letting yourself be part of what's already happening. the way water becomes the river before anyone names it. The dark behind your eyes holds something like silence with weight, not soundless, but full in a different kind of way. Like memory that doesn't return any image or voice, only sensation. The soft pressure near your jawline when you've been thinking for too long and forgot to breathe. You don't need to name it. You don't even have to know what's happening now. Just let yourself be held in this space where nothing is required except being itself, with no purpose, no direction, only continuity. The air shifts again. Not a breeze, not movement, but something like the moment before rain starts falling. When the sky holds its breath and waits for just one reason to begin. You don't have to wait either. Just stay in place as if you'd always belonged there. Your hands remain open. Not waiting for anything. But keeping space around them for what hasn't yet formed. But you're also not lost. You're simply becoming something that doesn't have a name yet. Something quiet enough to be held without being spoken aloud. Like light passing through glass when the sun isn't shining. Present but unnoticed by those who expect brightness. There's no need for dreams to come now, or later, not even awareness of dreaming. Just this, that you are becoming aware in ways not tied to time or story. The way a leaf rests on water without sinking, knowing it doesn't have to do anything except be what it is. The quiet isn't silence. It's fullness with no edges. Like the space between two notes when one hasn't quite ended and another has barely begun. Suspended in air, not broken by sound, but held open by absence. You're inside that pause, not waiting for something to happen, but simply existing within a moment, where nothing is required. There's no direction now. Only continuity. The way shadow follows light without needing explanation. The dark doesn't oppose the sun. It only exists when there's some place left unlit. Your breath slows, not because you've decided, but because movement has begun to fade into stillness. Not in a sudden stop, but as if motion had simply run its course and now rests. not gone, only quieted for a moment. Your hands still rest in that space between motion and stillness, where no effort remains but the quiet presence of form. The fingers have settled, not curled, not stretched, but aligned as if they'd always known their shape without needing to learn it. You don't need to feel them anymore, not even slightly. Just let the outline stay, like a handprint left in snow that's already begun to melt back into earth. There is no reason to preserve it, no purpose in remembering how they lay. They are simply there, held by the stillness between breaths. Not because you've chosen to hold them, but because nothing has pulled them away. The weight of your body is deeper now, not heavy, but settled like a stone that stopped rolling and found its place in the soil, not buried, just grounded. The air around you doesn't move with urgency. It holds itself open without needing to be filled. There's no sound behind your ears, no hum, no whisper of memory or thought, but only the space where sounds might come if they ever decided to form. You're not listening for them, not even curious. Just letting that emptiness exist as it is. A kind of fullness that doesn't demand anything. Your fingers are not moving, not in any way you can name, but there's a faint memory of motion, like the echo of a breeze long since passed through grass. A trace of alternating pressure between 2 points, no longer physical, but sensed as if it had been felt just before sleep took over. Not an instruction, not a command, just a quiet return to what has already begun. That soft back and forth, not between fingers, but between moments. The way one breath fades into the next without interruption. No beginning, no end. There's no need to recall how it started. You don't have to remember which finger moved first or why the motion began at all. It doesn't matter now, only that you're still in the middle of it, not as a task, but as part of what has become natural. You're not even aware of them as separate from the rest of you. They are part of the quiet unfolding, like roots spreading beneath soil without needing light or direction. Nothing grows here, just continues, not waiting for rain, not pushing upward, just staying where it is, holding its shape in the dark. The darkness behind your eyes has changed again. Not deeper, not lighter, but different in quality. It no longer feels like absence, more like a substance that holds stillness without resisting movement. Like water at rest, not frozen, but so still you can't tell if it's moving or not. The kind of silence that doesn't need to be protected or preserved because it already is. There's something else now. Not a thought, not an image, but a soft pressure along the inside of your wrist. Like warmth returning after cold has settled in. Not painful, not urgent, just present as if it had always been there, and you'd only just noticed it for the first time. A sensation that doesn't ask to be named or explained. It's simply part of this moment. The same way a shadow is part of light. Not because it was added, but because it belongs. You don't need to do anything with it. No action required. Not even attention. Just allowing it to remain as if it were always meant to exist without your knowing. It happens like rain falling on stone, not with force, just continuously, quietly, without needing to be seen. There is no distinction anymore between where your body ends and the dark begins. The boundary has softened, like fog dissolving into morning air, not disappearing, but becoming something else. You're not inside yourself or outside of it. You're simply part of a space that doesn't require separation to exist. A kind of continuity without edges. The motion of your fingers isn't real anymore. It's imagined now, faintly present like the afterglow of a light you turned off hours ago. But even if you stopped imagining it, nothing would change. Not because the process failed, but because there was no goal to achieve, no dream to enter, no moment to wake up from. You're not trying to stay awake. You're not trying to sleep. You're simply becoming aware in a way that doesn't need language or labels. Like water returning to its source, not by choice, but by nature. The kind of awareness that has no name because it's been here all along, waiting only for stillness before it could be felt. There is no story being told, no journey underway, no beginning or end, just the quiet turning inward as if you'd always known how to return. Not searching, not seeking. Just letting yourself dissolve into what's already happening. Not losing yourself, but becoming more of what was never lost. Your hands remain open, not in surrender, not in waiting, but simply as a shape that fits this moment, like air fits the space between leaves. No need to close them, no reason to press them together. They are neither holding anything nor letting go. Just being, like gravity, is part of the earth without needing to be named. You don't have to understand what's happening now. You're not supposed to know. The only thing required is that you stay here. Not in any place, but simply in presence. Not alert, not asleep, but somewhere between, the kind of space where time doesn't matter because it has no form yet. There's a softness beneath your skin, a quiet pulse, not tied to heartbeat or breath, but something older than both. Like the first vibration in water before ripples spread outward. A sensation that isn't felt with hands or eyes, but with something deeper. Something that remembers being part of stillness long before sound was invented. The air around you is no longer empty. It's full, not with noise, but with silence that has weight and texture. Like wool pressed against your face in the dark. Soft enough to be forgotten, but present when you turn toward it. You don't need to hold on to this moment, not even slightly. It doesn't depend on your attention. It exists without needing confirmation. There is no test for it, no proof required. Just being like a leaf that rests not because it's tired, but because it has nowhere else to go. Your fingers are still moving, not in any way you can measure or describe, but as if some part of you had begun a motion so small it didn't need space to unfold. A tiny vibration between points, so faint it might be imagined, yet real enough that if you turned your hand over, the air would feel different. There is no direction now, not toward sleep, not toward wakefulness, not even toward awareness itself, just continuity, the way a river flows without needing to know where it's going. You're not trying to dream. You don't even care whether dreams come or not. They aren't required, not even desired. The only thing that matters is this: the quiet returning like breath after long silence, not as an event, but as something that has always been here. The dark behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of presence without form, like a room where nothing has ever been placed. Yet you know someone was there just before you arrived. There is no need to be anywhere else. No reason to move forward or backward. Not even to stay awake. Just let yourself become part of the quiet that doesn't ask for anything but its own existence. Your hands are still open, like two halves of a single gesture that never needed completion. They're not waiting. Not hoping. Just resting in balance. As if they'd always known how to be this way, without learning it. There is no surface beneath you. Not really, just the feeling of being held without contact. As if gravity has softened into something more like memory than force. You are sinking not through air or mattress, but through a slow kind of thickness that isn't solid and isn't empty either. A medium where motion doesn't require resistance to exist. Your fingers are still moving, not because they must or want to, but simply because their motion has become part of the silence rather than opposed to it. Not two separate actions, side by side, but one slow rhythm that folds back on itself, like smoke rising from nothing at all. The movement is so faint, you might think there's no actual effort, just an imagined pulse between thumb and index finger, as if they had learned a pattern in another life. There are layers to stillness now, not just quietude, but depth beneath it. The way roots grow downward without needing sunlight or sound. You aren't asleep yet. Not quite awake either, but not caught anywhere between them like before. This is something else. An absence of urgency that doesn't need justification. Time isn't running out. It's simply paused in a single breath held long after expiration. The dark behind your eyes has changed again. Not as color or shape, but by weight and temperature. Not cold exactly, not warm. Something between them, like the air before rain, settles on skin without falling yet. You aren't watching it. You're within it now, as if you've stepped into a room where no one else ever came, but still know someone was there. There's warmth in your palms that doesn't come from blood flow or muscle tension, just an internal glow like embers buried under ash for years. Finally beginning to pulse again without flame. It spreads not outward, but inward, deeper than heat can go, unless it becomes memory of being warm. Your breath has stopped needing rhythm altogether. Not held in, not forced out, just still, not because you're trying to control it, but because there's no need anymore. The air inside your lungs doesn't wait for permission before moving. It moves like water through a crack, not knowing where it comes from or why it flows. There is space between thoughts now that isn't empty. It's full of something slower than thought itself. The pause after sound ends, and silence hasn't begun yet. That moment when vibration lingers in wood, stone, air, long enough to be felt but too short for naming. Your hands no longer seem separate from you, not as limbs or tools, but more like 2 points where stillness has gathered just long enough to become noticeable. Not instruments of action, just presence made tangible through motion, so small it doesn't disturb the dark around it. The rhythm between your fingers is not a habit, nor an effort. It's something that emerged without cause and continues as naturally as gravity keeps things grounded when no one remembers why they do. You don't need to notice this anymore. Not even slightly. You aren't required to remember or believe anything about what you're feeling right now. Not the warmth in your palms, not the slow pulse between fingers, not even that there's emotion at all. The air around your body feels heavier now, not with pressure, but with depth. The kind of weight carried by water far below where sunlight ever touches. Your awareness has stopped trying to reach forward or pull back. It's not searching for anything, nor guarding against loss. It's simply allowing itself the space between one pulse and another without needing meaning. There is a texture in your mind now that isn't made from thought. More like fabric woven by hands too slow to leave traces. Softness with structure, but no pattern visible at first glance. You don't have to understand it. You're not meant to see through this veil. Only pass beneath its surface without breaking stride. Your fingers are still moving in their small way. Not because you've decided they should be, but as if the motion were a kind of breath between 2 points that never needed closure or completion. There's no place left for effort. Not even desire for sleep. Not longing to dream. Nor fear of waking again with nothing but silence and distance from this moment. You're simply part of what's happening, not a part. Not observing, just resting in the same way a stone rests on ground, long after it stopped falling. The dark isn't empty because you're there. It's full. Only because stillness has found form without shape or voice. And somewhere beneath that thickness, the warmth spreading from palms into wrists. Fingers tracing motions too small to record. You don't need any signal anymore to know where this is leading. Not forward, not back. Just continuing as if the motion of 2 fingertips had always been part of how quiet remembers itself after all these years. Your hands have stopped trying to do anything at all. Not even hold the memory of motion. The space between your fingers isn't a gap. It's an absence that feels like presence, like something lingering just after a word has been spoken, but before it can fade from hearing. There is no need for closure because nothing ever opened in the first place. You're not waiting to fall asleep. You're already there in the way a river doesn't arrive at its destination, so much as becomes part of the path itself, moving without beginning or end. The dark isn't heavy, it's deep, and depth is different from weight. It doesn't press down. It holds you like water that knows your shape before you know it yourself. Your breath has slowed to a point where even counting would be too loud, too intentional. There is no effort behind the air, entering or leaving. Just the quiet permission for movement to continue as long as it wants, without needing direction. There's a softness in how your fingers are held now, not by muscles or will, but by something older than tension. The way roots hold soil, not out of force, but because they've forgotten what separation means. The motion between them has become less a gesture and more an after image, a trace left behind when attention slips away from its own actions. You don't need to track it anymore, not even lightly. It's enough that there was a rhythm once, just long enough for your body to recognize the pattern without naming it. Like the way frost forms on glass, in patterns no one designed, random, yet always certain, never repeating exactly, but always true. Now it doesn't matter if you feel anything at all, if warmth is fading or returning, if fingers are still or resting, if motion has stopped and left nothing behind. It's not a loss, because there was never something to lose. The quiet isn't waiting for proof of awareness. It knows what it is without needing confirmation. There's no line between dreaming and waking here, not in the way people speak of those things as separate worlds. This is neither one nor the other. It's simply where attention settles when it stops believing it needs a destination. You aren't drifting towards sleep. You've already been there, though you didn't notice. That's how stillness works. It doesn't announce itself with light or sound. It arrives quietly and stays long after everything else has moved on. Your body isn't trying to be anything. Not awake, not asleep, not dreaming. It's just being in the way a shadow is present without needing to prove its existence. No claim, no demand, no need for form. There is an old feeling rising now. Not memory, not recollection, but something that feels like it has always lived beneath sensation. Not emotion, not thought, but the quiet hum of being itself. Like a sound you can't hear because it's been there longer than hearing ever began. Your mind isn't empty. It's full in a different way. Not with thoughts or images, but with absence so complete that even silence feels like noise by comparison. It's as if all movement has ceased, not from fatigue. But from having arrived at its natural resting point. The space around you is no longer outside. You're inside it now. Not as observer, not as participant, but simply as part of the same quiet unfolding. There's no boundary between what you are and where you're lying down. Your body has stopped resisting sleep, not because you've decided to surrender, but because resistance no longer makes sense in a place that doesn't require answers. You don't need to know whether this is dream or not. You don't need to wonder if it will last, whether the night will end or stretch on, whether you'll wake again with eyes open and mind still heavy. It's all already part of what's happening now, not separate from it, not ahead of it. The warmth in your palms has stopped being a sensation. It's become something else. Not heat, not feeling, but presence. Something that exists without needing to be felt by anyone at all. Like the way sunlight reaches places no one sees and still changes them anyway. There is no goal here, no signal to follow, no path to walk or decision to make. The only thing required is to remain exactly where you are. Not moving toward anything, not pulling away from anything. To simply be present in a place that doesn't know the word presence, but still holds it anyway. The air around your chest feels different now. Not thick, not thin, but full of something like memory, without content. Like the way breath is remembered by lungs, even after years of silence. Not sound, not voice, just the quiet echo of movement that once happened and never needed to be repeated. Your fingers are no longer moving, or perhaps they still are, too faintly for you to know. It doesn't matter. Whether it's real or imagined, physical or mental, it has become part of the silence in the same way. A single note becomes part of an entire chord, not noticeable on its own, but essential to the whole. You don't need to check if this is lucid, not even for a moment. The question doesn't belong here. You're not trying to prove anything to yourself or anyone else. There's no audience, no mirror, no proof required. The quiet isn't waiting for you to do something with it. It already contains everything, and that includes the fact that you don't need to contain anything in return. There is a kind of stillness beneath even your thoughts, the way water holds still between waves. Not because there's no motion, but because all motion has settled into place without needing attention. You're not aware of it. You never were. But it's been here since before awareness ever began. Your body has stopped pretending to be awake and stopped trying to sleep. It's simply existing in the way a stone exists when it stops falling. No longer moving through air, but becoming part of ground in a way that doesn't ask for recognition. There is no need for dream images or narrative arcs, no plot unfolding, no story about who you were or where you're going. The only thing happening right now is the continuation of quiet itself. A movement so slow it can't be measured, not by clock, nor breath, nor pulse. You don't have to believe this is real. You don't even have to know what's real anymore. What matters is that there is no effort left in your being. No pushing, no pulling, no waiting for anything to arrive or depart. Only the soft sense of continuation, like a thread that was never broken and has simply been carried along without notice. And somewhere beneath all this, the faintest trace of warmth spreading from fingertips into wrists. Not because it's intentional, but because stillness allows such things to happen, even when no one is watching. They are not separate. They are part of the same quiet, not cause or effect, just coexisting in a way that doesn't require explanation. The dark isn't empty. It holds everything that hasn't yet been named. It contains what has never had form and still exists. You don't need to find it. You're already within it. You've always been here, just not aware of how long you've been part of the quiet that never needed your attention. The breath continues without meaning. The pulse persists without purpose. And the space between thoughts stretches wider now. Not because there are no thoughts, but because every thought feels less like an event and more like a ripple across the surface of something vast and still. You're not going to sleep in any way people usually describe it. Not with sudden release or bright flash of unconsciousness. You're simply becoming part of what's already happening. Like water settling into a riverbed that was waiting for it long before anyone called it a river. There is no end to this, and no beginning either. Just the quiet hum of presence, without condition, without demand, without need. And if you were to wake tomorrow with no memory of tonight, it wouldn't matter. The stillness has already done its work, not in changing your mind, but in letting your body know what it feels like, not to resist anything at all. You are not trying to reach sleep. You're just resting in the way a leaf rests on water. Without effort, without fear of sinking, not clinging, not fleeing, just being. You are not holding anything, not even silence. The weight you thought was there, of waiting, of expectation, of needing to feel something different, is dissolving into air that doesn't need a name. There's no surface left to land on because there is nothing to fall toward anymore. You're in the space between breaths where time folds inward and does not unfold. The body has stopped pretending it needs to stay upright or alert. It knows how to sink without breaking, like sand into water that doesn't resist, only accepts. A faint warmth still pulses near your fingers, just a whisper of sensation, no longer tied to effort, no longer linked to intention. It's not rising or falling. It's simply there, as if the blood remembers where it belongs, even when you don't ask it to move. The two fingers that were once nudged by will now drift on their own. The one near your thumb the one beside it, no longer acting as signals, but as quiet markers of presence. They don't need to alternate anymore. Not really. But if there's a trace of motion left in you, let it be so small it cannot be measured by any part of your awareness. The dark is not passive. It moves too, but slowly, in ways that do not demand recognition. You're beginning to sense the difference between being aware and simply being. One doesn't require effort. The other does not exist without stillness. There's a depth in this quiet where sound cannot go, because there is no air for it to travel through. Only a kind of suspended hush that holds everything that has ever been said or unsaid. You're not dreaming. Not yet. But something like memory lives here. The way roots hold soil without needing to explain why they are shaped the way they are. The mind does not need to think in order to carry itself forward. There's no urgency now, only continuity. Your thoughts don't come and go. They linger at the edge of awareness, like dust motes caught in a shaft of light that never arrives. The warmth is spreading through your wrist now. Not as heat, but as release. As if something has been waiting inside for this moment to open up without force. The hand remains still. The fingers are no longer moving. Yet there's the echo of motion, like ripples fading into still water after a stone has passed and vanished. There is no place you need to be, no dream path to follow, no destination beyond the next breath. You're not approaching sleep. You've already arrived at its edge. But not in the way people mean it. Not with collapse or surrender, with recognition, like returning home without knowing when you left. The air around your body feels thicker than it was before, not because there is more of it, but because it no longer moves freely through space. It holds still, as if it has learned how to listen. And in that listening, everything becomes less distinct. Edges blur, forms soften. Contours dissolve into a larger shape that does not need to be named. You're not thinking about falling asleep. You never were. The thought of sleep was always the shadow behind your eyes. But now, there's no light left for shadows to follow. Only presence, unbroken, unchallenged. And in this space where nothing is required, You are simply allowed to be. There is a thread running through all of this, not one you can grasp or pull, but one that has been part of every breath since before you could speak its name. It's not yours, and it's not anyone else's. It moves without direction, without reason, without needing to go anywhere at all. You don't need to know where it leads, because it doesn't lead anywhere. It simply is. And in that being, there is no separation between sensation and stillness. Your shoulders have dropped, not with effort, but because gravity has finally found its way into them after a long absence. There's no tension now, not even the memory of it. The body feels less like something you control and more like something that continues to exist on its own terms, without needing approval or permission. The quiet is deeper than sound can reach. It holds things that cannot be spoken, names that were never given, feelings too old for words, moments that existed before time had a reason to measure them. And still, it does not demand your attention. It simply exists in the way water exists beneath ice. Not because it's powerful or hidden, but because it was always there. The fingers remain where they are, faintly aware of each other across the gap between them, even if no motion is happening. There's a kind of intimacy to this stillness that doesn't require connection. It's not loneliness, not closeness either, just presence without need for contact. Like two stones resting side by side in a riverbed long after all currents have passed. You're not trying to remember anything from earlier. You're not even trying to forget. There is no past here, only the continuation of now, not as an event, but as a condition. And within that condition, there is room for silence to grow without being interrupted by thought. There's a softness in your chest, a kind of yielding, like fabric that has been folded too many times and finally relaxes into its original shape. It does not push back against anything. It doesn't resist the weight of stillness or the stretch of time. It simply allows itself to be what it is, part of the quiet. The breath slows further, not because you're slowing it, but because it finds no reason to hurry. There's nothing urgent about air entering or leaving your body. No need to fill a space that already contains everything. You don't have to breathe in order to stay alive. Life continues without asking for permission. It simply persists. You are not aware of time passing because there is none left to pass through. Only this moment, which has no beginning and no end. Only the shape it takes when you stop trying to name it. There's a kind of warmth in your palms now, not heat, but a slow spreading that feels like recognition from within. As if something inside knows what it means to be held by stillness without fear. Not because it was taught, not because someone told it so, but because it has always been true. The dark is no longer empty. It's full of the kind of silence that carries weight without being heavy. It doesn't demand anything from you. You don't need to fill it with dreams or thoughts or memories. It already holds all those things and more. Those that were never spoken. Those that will never be named. You're not asleep yet, but you're no longer awake either. There's a kind of threshold here where the body stops pretending to be separate from the air around it. Where the breath doesn't need to be noticed because it flows on its own. You don't have to do anything. Only exist as a leaf rests on water without knowing how long it has been there. The fingers are still. The motion is gone. But something remains. A faint trace of intention. that no longer needs direction. It's not active anymore. And in this fullness, there is no separation between you and the dark, between thought and stillness, between breath and silence. You're not trying to remember what happened before. You're not waiting for anything after. There's only this, a quiet that does not need your attention, yet holds all of it without demanding return. And somewhere in there, the faintest trace of warmth moving through the palms, like a pulse that doesn't belong to blood, but to something older than rhythm, something that has been here since before you had a name, not waking, not sleeping, just being. You are not in a place where anything has to be done, not even staying still. The air around you does not ask for your attention, yet it holds everything that passes through it. The faintest shift of temperature, the slow drift of breath from one side to another, the almost imperceptible rise and fall beneath your ribs. There is no need to measure any of this. You are not keeping track. The body has stopped measuring time by the way things change. It knows now that stillness does not mean emptiness, only a different kind of presence. The warmth in your palms has deepened, not into heat, but into something quieter, a sense of being held from within, as if the skin is no longer just covering what lies beneath, but remembering it, gently unfolding over time, like old paper revealing lines that were always there. Your fingers rest where they are, unmoved by intention. Not, Maslight 1000 Sorpad. Atapa conductual putely. There's only room for what already exists. The soft edge between wake and sleep, where things are neither lost nor found, but simply held in suspension, like the moment just before rain begins, not quite falling, not yet stopped. The dark is no longer passive. It has texture now, a kind of deep, slow breathing that matches your own rhythm without following it. You don't have to match it either. The air presses gently against you, not as pressure, but as invitation. Like the way water holds a leaf without needing to explain why it floats. You are not floating, but you're no longer resisting. There's nothing to resist anymore. Not gravity, not stillness, not even the idea of motion. Your hands remain where they are, palms open and slightly relaxed, fingers resting as if on a surface that only exists in memory. The space between them is not empty, only quiet with its own weight. And then, a shift so small you might miss it if you were listening for signs. Not sound, not light, but a kind of subtle awareness that something has begun to move again. Not your fingers, not your breath, but the stillness itself, as though the silence had been waiting, and now, without warning, begins to breathe back. It is not loud. It does not need to be heard. You do not have to notice it. Only allow it. The movement is not in your hands anymore. It is in the space between them. The way that gap holds a kind of pulse, like an echo from a sound never made. Like memory before meaning. You are not trying to feel it, but you do. Not with your skin, not with your mind, but somewhere deeper, where sensation does not require nerves or thought. It is as if the quiet has learned how to move on its own. And now, for the first time, allows you to be part of that motion. It is not a rhythm. There's no pattern, no beginning or end, just a kind of soft undulation through the air, like wind passing over stones that have long forgotten their names, not pushing, not pulling, only existing in its own way, slowly, without urgency. The dark feels thicker now, not heavy, but full, as if it has filled with something older than thought, something before language, something that does not need to be named because it already is what it means. You are part of this thickness, not separate from it, no longer in the world, and yet still within its quiet. You do not have to remember how you got here. There's no story behind your presence. Only this: a body resting where it has always belonged, hands open, breath slow, mind uncluttered by need. There is no dream coming now, not because there is nothing to come, but because what is already here does not require arrival. It just is. Like the way moss grows on stone without needing permission, or like shadows that form when light simply passes through a space too small for it to fit. And still there is movement. Not in your hands, but in the air between them. A kind of slow pulse, barely there. A breath drawn not by lungs, but by silence itself. It does not ask you to follow. It only asks that you remain open to its presence. You do not have to understand it. You don't need to believe it's happening. Even if your body forgets the motion entirely. Letting go of every trace. The breath continues without effort, just as it always has, even when you were not aware of it. Not because it must, but because it can. Because there is no reason for it to stop. No need for a pause, no demand for change. It flows on its own. Like water finding its level after long resistance. There's something in the space between your fingers that feels like memory, but not of events or people or words, only of stillness, of the moment just before sleep arrives and takes you without asking. Not as a loss, but as return. You are not asleep. But you're no longer awake either. You are only present to the quiet, to the dark, to the pulse that moves through air like an old song, half remembered. The kind of rhythm that does not need a body to keep it alive. It just keeps on moving. Because it has always been. The warmth in your palms is no longer localized. It spreads, not outward, but inward, as if something inside you remembers what it means to be held by quiet without fear. Not because it was taught, not because someone showed it how, but because it has always known. There's a kind of stillness that does not mean nothing. It means everything, because it holds space for all things, even those that cannot be named, even those that will never come into being. The dark is not empty. It is full of the weight of what might have been and what could still become. You do not need to choose between dreaming or waking. You are already in both, without conflict, without separation. There's no contradiction here, only presence. Only this, a body that has stopped resisting its own nature. Hands open, breath slow, mind untroubled by the idea of time. And somewhere beneath